morning, everybody. It is not Brock Hewitt and Mike Salk just yet. Salk is out one more day. It's Maura Dooley with you, and Lyle is back. Lyle, you were away for a wedding. How was it?
That was great. Yeah, it was a blast.
Were you California?
Santa Cruz, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was nice. It was like perfect weather. I mean, talk about 78 degrees, like no clouds, like not too hot, not too cold, no wind, like all that stuff. It was awesome.
Nice. Did you get to do any like beach activities or?
So it was probably just a little too cold to go to the beach, but there was a pool at the place we were staying.
Nice.
70s is a little cold for the beach, I feel like.
78. It's almost 80.
But then when you
I'm
get to
with
the
you,
beach
though,
and the
when it's
wind,
73.
yeah. I think once you pass the 80 degrees threshold, that's what feels like beach weather to me. So yeah, we didn't quite go to the beach, but we did go to the pool.
Okay. But you didn't pull a Brock and come back with a whole like wedding Jeopardy segment for us?
I mean, who says I didn't? No, I did not.
Okay. All right. This will be our last mention of the wedding you went to today. Well, we had Jeff Passan on yesterday. He had to switch days because there were some ESPN meetings going on today. So you missed him. But I have to tell you, Lyle, you said you were, they often make fun of you because you said you were a longtime listener of this show. And then they question that because they feel like you don't know some of the older stuff. But do you happen to recall the Howdy era when Jeff Passan used to come on with them? Do you happen to recall this?
Jeff Passan, the wet blanket, raining on parades, harsh and buzzes all day.
They're going to have some bad years coming up.
Jeff Passan, the wet blanket.
Sound familiar?
That I remember.
Because Jeff Passan was always so down and negative on the Mariners. They went as far as to make him a theme song, which he loves, by the way. He requests it sometimes. But those days are over. I don't know if you would have believed the level of excitement that Jeff Passan had for the Mariners yesterday. This was how he summed up just how he feels about them entirely after the trade deadline.
Life is good if you're a Seattle Mariners fan, Brock.
And then this was him raving about that Rangers series and how this may actually be them kind of reaching the destination that they wanted to get to when they started this rebuild.
This was by far the biggest series of the year. And that's where the Mariners and Mariners fans, and I'm sorry to cut off your question, Brock, but they can take solace in that. They can derive excitement from that because this was what the Seattle Mariners envisioned, not just when they traded for Josh Naylor, not just when they traded for Geno Suarez and Caleb Ferguson. This was the sort of weekend that they envisioned from the beginning of this rebuild.
It was a pretty good weekend. We talked yesterday about how it couldn't really have gone much better for the Mariners, especially with the Astros getting swept, the Yankees getting swept. They take 3 or 4 from the Rangers. They've situated themselves pretty well, and everything about the way that they've built this now with the new lineup looks very sustainable. So my question to you, Lyle, is we've got Jeff Passan on board. I'm on board. I was a little hesitant earlier in the year. I'm going to jump on this Dare to Dream Express, as Graz used to call it. You yourself have admitted that you are a pretty pessimistic Mariners fan. You usually like to say that you're, still reserving judgment. Is Lyle Goldstein on the Dare to Dream Express for the Mariners this year? We'll stick with the Graz line.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
You're about it. Do you think they've reached their destination when it comes to the rebuild that they started?
When you make trades like you do at this deadline, that's kind of the idea, right? And that's what we talked about all the way through the trade deadline is this is why you rebuild, so you have the resources to go out and get a Geno and get a Josh Naylor. Yeah, and look, I still think there's room for them to be even better than where they are right now. I mean, like, they're in the 3rd wild card spot. They got a game and a half up on the Rangers, but like this team can still play even better than they're playing over the last week, which is crazy to say because they just took 3 or 4 from Texas. But like the starting pitching can get even better. You're going to get Bryce Miller back. Geno hasn't really hit his hot streak yet since getting to Seattle. Like his first 4 games have been okay, but it hasn't been the Geno that was an MVP candidate yet in Arizona. So yeah, there's still room for them to play even better than they're playing. And like, look at the Astros kind of sliding and the Yankees aren't playing well. And like this American League is so wide open Like, of course you're bought in because it's anybody's game.
I like it. See, I most of the time when I talk to you, there's still like something that's holding you back a little bit, but we're getting a little bit of that that excitement that I got from Lyle this early in the morning when we talked about Ronald Acuna Jr. being a trade possibility. But we're getting it for the Mariners. This is great.
This is great. And this is what makes it fun. Like, again, they had a great deadline. The first week after the deadline was awesome. Again, you win 3 of 4. I mean, it was nearly a sweep. How do you not buy in?
I agree. I think it's just fun right now. And that's what we've all kind of been waiting for, because there's been some times that haven't been so fun. And when you get hurt like that, people tend to build up walls. But I think the Mariners those walls have come tumbling down. And right now, Mariners fans are bought in and having fun. And someone that we talked about yesterday that is heating up now, kind of as we thought he might in the second half, and did something historic over the weekend. Julio Rodriguez with the 4 seasons of 20 stolen bases or more and 20 or more home runs. I told everyone yesterday that I think, even though I know there are people that want more from Julio and they want more consistency, right now we just need to be happy that he's doing what he's doing and that this lineup looks complete and the Mariners are trying to win a World Series. But I heard something interesting on Bump and Stacy yesterday. Jason Churchill was on, and I want to get your opinion on it, because I do think that mentioning Julio and Edgar in the same sentence might be a lot for some people.
You have to be more of a complete hitter. You have to be able to hit more pitch types in more locations to more parts of the field to be a more complete hitter. And while we're not necessarily seeing the results for the entire season in 112 games, I think we're seeing more contact. We're seeing more willingness to hit the ball the other way. And now we're starting to see him hit the ball the other way for some power. Who does that remind you guys of? Like, classically, traditionally, in Mariners lore, who does that remind you of? That's Edgar Martinez. And I'm not saying Julio's going to be Edgar, but to be a complete hitter and to make it harder for pitchers to pitch to you, you have to be able to do more in more locations on more pitch types and more counts. And I think we're absolutely seeing that from Julio Rodriguez. So I think this is just a slower evolution this year than we'd like to see. But I like what's going on with Julio Rodriguez.
Have you seen any of that?
I think the biggest difference I always see between Edgar and Julio, if that's who you're going to compare him to, is Edgar just never, ever, ever struck out, where Julio's still punching out. But the positive spin on this is what I was asking Julio to do earlier in the year when his strikeout rate was down compared to some previous seasons, but the power wasn't there. I said, he looks like he's really trying to cut down on strikeouts, and as a result, he's lost some power as a result. You look at Julio the last month, he's OPSing 900, and the strikeout rate's actually a little bit up. Now, could it come down a little bit from where it's at right now at the 28% if you extrapolate the last month? Sure, it can come down a little, but this idea is exactly what I wanted to see from Julio, where you say, look, don't worry so much about the swing and miss. You're at your best when you're hitting for power and you're hitting with authority. He's slugging 600 over the last month. Like, this is the Julio they need. So in the way of comparing it to Edgar, like, I get what Churchill's saying in terms of going the other way and going the other way with authority, and they're being able to tie some similarities to the two. I guess the biggest difference that I'll always look at between those two is Edgar's approach was just always so next level. But I almost just look at Julio in the last month in a different lens, which is just that he's doing the things that make him great at the plate.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of a different profile than people thought it would originally be, but if he can just keep a level of consistency doing what he's doing now, I think people would be thrilled.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, if he's going to OPS 900 for a whole year, of course. I mean, those 2 series he had in California against the A's and the Angels, we know he hits like crazy at Angel Stadium, but that really seemed to be where things sparked for him a little bit. And then you look at, I mean, that's what it felt like, just feel-wise. Then you look at the last month and you say, oh, in the last month's time, he's been one of baseball's best hitters. So, yeah, if he's going to keep up any sort of this form that he's got going at the plate, the lineup is just so different, because the lineup's already as deep as we can ever remember.
Well,
but
that's what I'm hoping it is, and not just this late season spike that we've seen from him before, that it is more that the lineup around him provides more support and opens things up for him to not feel as much pressure, and hopefully he can find something more sustainable.
which would be great. Especially if he's getting more pitches to hit now with, again, it's not like you can pitch around the guy. Cal's behind him, Gino's behind him, Naylor's behind him, Randy's ahead of him, who's 2020 in his own right. Yeah, like I hope this sustains for him.
They've built a lineup where you don't necessarily need him to be hot, which is something that at the beginning of the year, I don't think we would have said. The Mariners might have a shot to make a World Series, and they don't need Julio to be hot. So that is alone is an impressive feat that I think we're all pretty excited about. But if you get Julio hot on top of that, that is definitely World Series contender stuff right there. All right, we will take a break here, and we're going to come back, talk a little Seahawks camp yesterday. Things got a little chippy at one point. We'll get into that and some more Mariners. That's coming up next on the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Step into Seahawks game day at the Pro Shop, where the roar of the 12s begins. And official Seahawks gear is always within reach.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
This is the Pro Shop. Visit the official store of the Seattle Seahawks, located at Lumen Field and the Landing in Renton.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snare that short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, after 3 of 4 that go the Mariners' way over the weekend against the Rangers, they're back at it today after an off day on Monday. And you know what? After a series where it was pretty important and they needed every bit of that one against Texas, not that every series isn't important at this point in the year, but they do get 3 against the White Sox here. So if you're looking for an area in a series where the Mariners could really take advantage of a team, I think you're looking at this one. I mean, the White Sox, you don't need me to tell you, they've been one of the worst teams in baseball this year. Their offense is down. They don't have a ton of pitching. And the Mariners are going to start this series with Bryan Woo on the mound. So you want to talk about a series that really favors the Mariners, especially right off the jump? Yeah, you could look right at this one. Bryan Woo is going to go to start this series. He'll go up against David Martin for Chicago. It'll be George Kirby on Wednesday and Logan Gilbert on Thursday. So you want to talk about setting up your 3 guys in a series against a team that struggled all year and most of the last couple years. Yeah, you're looking right at a series that should go the Mariners' way in just about every way you could draw up. Hopefully they'll take advantage of it. Meanwhile, they sit a game and a half up on that final wild card spot, while them and the Yankees are tied for that second/third wild card spot. They sit a game and a half up on the Rangers, who, speaking of, take down the Yankees last night in what was a pretty chaotic game. Again, so the Yankees win that game by a final score of 8-5. The Yankees blew it late in the 9th where Devin Williams gave up a run. They intentionally walked Wyatt Langford getting into extras, and then Josh Young, who they ended up facing after that, makes him pay. He goes deep with a 3-run homer to seal an 8-5 win for the Rangers, although the Yankees are going to get some major reinforcements when they likely get Aaron Judge back tomorrow. So that IL stint that scared a lot of people for him looks like it's going to be the minimum time of 10 days, and when he gets back, he'll be expected to DH. Now, does that propose some potential challenges for the Yankees? Yeah, because that means Giancarlo Stanton might have to play the field on a regular basis, and we've seen how that goes over the last couple of years. It's not good. But they will get Judge back. The offense is going to lengthen for him. And the Rangers and the Yankees, as a result, again, sit right with the Mariners with a game and a half lead over Texas for that final wild card spot. The Astros, meanwhile, have a 3-game lead in the West as they take down the Marlins yesterday by a final score of 8-2. So those are how your standings shake out going into Tuesday. And once again, it'll be Bryan Woo and David Martin on the mound here to start tonight at T-Mobile Park.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Seahawks were back to practice after an off day yesterday. Tackle Charles Cross was back at practice already less than a week after having surgery to repair a dislocated finger on his right hand. Brady Henderson, who will be in later with Brock Heward, said he had 3 fingers that were heavily wrapped together with his thumb and pointer finger free. But he was still doing some of the drills, so it seems like he will be back quickly. Ken Walker is still sidelined with that foot soreness that Mike McDonald said he was dealing with on Saturday. And Olu Oluwatimi was a new entry into the people that are sitting out, but there was no coaches that spoke after practice, so we'll have to wait on an update for that. Reportedly, the offense had a pretty good day, but the defense still kind of won it. As I said, Brady Henderson will be in later to break that down in more detail. But it sounds like Derek Hall bumped Sam Darnold after a play where he had already thrown the ball. So the offensive line took issue with that, causing the offense and defense to get in each other's faces. It was broken up pretty quickly, but with Mike McDonald out for personal reasons, he's expected to be back today. Assistant coach Leslie Frazier gathered the team after practice, and apparently Derek Hall spoke to everyone as well. This is the second time he's gotten into a little dust-up. So Boye Mafe was one of the players that spoke at a press conference after practice, and this was what he had to say about Leslie Frazier addressing the team after practice.
Leslie was just, obviously we had coaches that had stuff to handle, and so we were just talking about what was basically what we were doing today and that everything was okay, and making sure that no one was a ride, and making sure we were all in a good headspace.
So no big deal. These things happen in practice, but I do like that it seems like Leonard Williams and other people have said they do take the time to kind of bring everyone together and remind everyone, hey, we're all still a team at the end of the day, even though you do want that fiery competition in practice.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Jeff Passan was very high on the M's trade deadline moves yesterday with us, giving them, and in his most recent article, giving them the Joel Robuchon Award for absolutely cooking in his latest piece. Lyle, do you know who Joel Robuchon is?
No, but I know what cooking is.
Brock didn't know either. He's a famous French chef.
Okay.
Passan told us that if you haven't tried his mashed potatoes recipe, it's the best mashed potatoes you'll ever have. So, pro tip.
Noted.
But anyways, when Brock asked Passan if this is the deepest Mariners team he can remember in his time covering the MLB, he didn't hesitate with his answer.
No. In fact, that is exactly what I wrote today. I think the important point is they're almost at full strength right now, too, right? Yep. Bryce Miller looked awesome in his last rehab start at Tacoma. And with Bryce Miller carving in his rehab assignment with a fastball tickling 98 miles per hour, and Victor Robles potentially back in September, the Mariners are 2 recalls away from having the scariest squad they've had since their resurgence started in 2021.
I'm sorry, Brock asked him if he can remember a deeper squad. So that immediate no was very bought into that this is the deepest squad the M's have had in some time. And he's pretty excited about those additions that they could still have. I know Bryce Miller would be a big bump to this lineup, but I did hear Ryan Roland Smith on with Wyman and Bob yesterday pleading that they need to make sure that he is completely back mentally and physically before they do that. And I would agree with that, because this injury is not something that's going to go away. It's something that he's going to need surgery on in the offseason. And, he did say that it was hard for him mentally to kind of work through that earlier this offseason. So I think, but they have, their pitching coaching is incredible. We've seen what they can do. I'm sure that they will make sure Bryce Miller is completely ready to go before they bring him back. But what an addition he would be to this run.
Yeah, and to think that he could pitch out of the bullpen come October, because you're not going to use all 5 guys. So think about a world where if
is that who you would have?
I think so.
Okay.
And just imagine a world where you get like Brian Wu or Logan Gilbert that goes 5 in an outing in the playoffs, and then Bryce Miller goes 3 the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Something. I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
They definitely will have a lot of options available to them. I mean, they already do have a lot of options, but Bryce Miller would, again, the depth that they have right now is pretty awesome. And then you just see the Astros losing more and more people day by day, so that's sad.
Yeah, I mean, the West is not out of reach by any stretch. Like, they've got time to go where they can actually catch these guys.
Definitely. All right, that is everything that you need to know. We're going to take a little break, come back, and let you hear from one Jeff Passan yesterday. Like I said, a lot of praise for the Mariners. That's coming up next. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man. How many did you have in your career? 3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to gnc.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Pacific Power Batteries has been our family-owned and operated business since 1985 when my dad and I started selling batteries business to business to commercial fleets from a 1-ton panel van. Yep, delivering batteries. Since then, with our community's support, we've been able to sell online and open more retail stores selling batteries of all kinds. Today, my wife and son are directly involved in the business. At Pacific Power Batteries, we are proud to serve you, your folks, and your grandparents with batteries for darn near anything. So I want to say thank you for your business.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it's been a lot of moving pieces for the last month and a half or so through June and July, but now we will settle in. Come Wednesday, I think buckle up. The Macho Quattro is going to be together for 4 straight months, but Salky's out today, Lyle's out today, Brady Henderson is sitting in Salk's spot. In fact, so many moving pieces that Jeff Passan has to join us on a Monday. Now, this isn't because you have any social media conflict resolution training tomorrow, is it, Jeff? I know how ESPN can work every once in a while.
Dude, that was really good. I was not expecting that. That was clever, Brock. Nicely done.
Well, when I got a host, I try to be a little more clever. So yeah, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. But I'm just curious if the 4 letters reached out to you and just said, hey, why don't you take it down a notch, Jeff? Why don't you just settle down? And in fact, why don't you come in and meet with us tomorrow? No, is that not why you had to move things around?
Honestly, not a word.
Okay.
I appreciate. I very much appreciate my boss's willingness to let me get a little loose sometime.
There you go.
And I need to. It's a very slippery slope, right?
Yes.
And I intentionally avoid doing it as frequently as I might otherwise, because then it would just kind of be a tired act.
Yeah.
But if occasionally, you gotta protect your corners.
That's right.
Yes.
And Brock, Jeff can attest to this. Working at ESPN, they make us watch a bunch of these HR training videos about what to do if there's an emergency on Bristol campus, and we have to watch them even if we don't work at Bristol. But that is not one that we've had to do yet. Is how to avoid social media back and forth.
Flare-ups, yeah, it's all part of the job, all part of the game. What a weekend, man. What a weekend in Seattle. 41,000 on Friday night, Jeff. 37,000 on Saturday. Nearly 30,000 yesterday. I called it to this point. You could maybe argue the Detroit series after the Yankees sweep was a bigger series heading into the All-Star break, but to this point, with now 49.
No. This was by far the biggest series of the year. And that's where the Mariners and Mariners fans, and I'm sorry to cut off your question, Brock, but they can take solace in that. They can derive excitement from that, because this was what the Seattle Mariners envisioned, not just when they traded for Josh Naylor, not just when they traded for Geno Suarez and Caleb Ferguson. This was the sort of weekend that they envisioned from the beginning of this rebuild. And I don't know what the rest of the season is going to play out like. It is baseball, and so really weird things are capable of happening. But What Mariners fans were treated to this weekend, I thought, was a beautiful display of baseball where they went up against a very good team in the Texas Rangers, a team that they're going to be fighting tooth and nail the rest of the way for a playoff spot, and not only won the series, but did so in really impressive fashion, beating Jacob deGrom yesterday.
Yeah. Is that why you characterized them and gave them, as you put together an article this morning, the Joe Robuchon Award? And who exactly is Joe Robuchon?
Joel Robuchon is arguably the best chef in the world, Brock.
Of course he is. Yes.
That is yes. In fact, if you go and I made a reference to this, but the best mashed potatoes that you will ever eat are Robuchon potatoes. And I encourage you to find a copycat recipe. It seems like there's a little too much butter in them. I promise it's worth it. Okay. I promise. Sometimes you got to splurge, Brock.
So this is because they're cooking, and what they did at the deadline was as good as anybody in the league, if not better?
I had the A's having the best deadline, which is funny because all they got was an 18-year-old prospect, but he's going to be really, really, really good. And so, yeah, I would say of all the teams that bought, the Mariners were the best, yes.
And part of that, I think, Jeff, was the fact that they got what they got without having to give up as much as some people thought they might. How surprised were you that they were able to make those additions without giving up some of their top prospects?
You know, it was really interesting because the market for Eugenio Suarez did not materialize in quite as strong a fashion, I think, as I expected and as others expected. Maybe that was just a poor read by me, not understanding that, generally speaking, the guys who draw, and we saw this at this trade deadline, Brady, the guys who draw the most demand in a summer trading market tend to be relief pitchers. And the Mariners guys were right there on Joan Duran. In fact, at one point, I think it was the afternoon of the 30th, so day before the trade deadline, I thought the Mariners were getting Joan Duran. Like, I was waiting for some texts saying, Duran to the Mariners. Duran to the Mariners. And instead, I was greeted with a Ken Rosenthal tweet that said Duran to the Phillies. And that kind of threw me a little bit, not going to lie. Like, at the trade deadline, there are only so many things that you can follow at one time. And when you think you got something wired pretty good, sometimes you'll take the gas off it, and I did, and I got smoked on that one. And I thought the Mariners, what are they going to do? How are they going to recover from this? Because they were hoping to bulk up the back end of their bullpen with one of the best closers in baseball to be there in addition to Andres Munoz and Matt Brash and Gabe Spire and the rest of the crew. Suffice to say, they pivoted really well, and I think a lot of credit is due to Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander for the way that they handled this trade deadline, because they did so with urgency. Tyler Locklear is going to be a good big leaguer for a long time, I think. I don't know if he's ever going to be in the MVP hunt, but I think he's going to be a solid first baseman for the Diamondbacks for years to come. And to give him up for somebody who's going to be a free agent at the end of the season, I mean, that to me, it suggests that the Mariners are doing things that they have not done in the past, because they recognize that this window is open, and not only a playoff spot, but a pennant is there for the taking.
Yeah, we're going to get to Houston here in just a second. Just kind of curious, because we felt the same vibes, Jeff, that the Duran thing could happen and could happen the day before. Do you think ultimately it was them saying, I'd rather send him, if it's even at all, let's get him out of the American League and send him to the National League, and we don't have to compete against him? Or what do you think happened in the 11th hour?
Philadelphia upped its offer, and the Mariners were not willing to match it. And we saw, in the days leading up to it, guys, you guys saw me report the Twins want 2 top 100 prospects for both Joan Duran and Griffin Jacks.
Yep.
And I don't think the Mariners were quite there. And then the Phillies, who I'd been told earlier in the day were out on Duran. There was an offer where they could have sent Eduardo Tait to Pittsburgh for David Bednar. I figured Philadelphia was going to go the Bednar route or go somewhere else, but give Dave Dombrowski credit. When the man sees something he likes, he goes after it. And they upped the offer to Tait and McAble, and at that point, the deal was done, and the Mariners needed to turn to something else.
Jeff Passan joining us here on a Monday. He's got some training to take care of tomorrow, so he had to bump it up a day to join us here on a Monday. You're right, Jeff. We got to fight like being prisoner of the moment and not, suggesting that just because you won an amazing series, take 3 of 4, that this now portends to things over the final 49. But I do feel like in all of our years of doing this, and the Mariners have been relevant. They've been in playoff chase basically the last 5 years, right, that we have been doing this. I can't remember you joining us here in August with a team this deep. Pitching rotation with Bryce coming back. Lineup now stretching 1 through 9. Some bench players added to a little bit of the bullpen. Can you remember a Mariners team in our years of doing this being as deep as they sit here today?
No. In fact, that is exactly what I wrote today. And I'm trying to find it right now, but my internet's not working and my ability to navigate this isn't as good as I thought it would be.
Nice.
But I think the important point is they're almost at full strength right now too, right?
Yep.
Bryce Miller looked awesome in his last rehab start at Tacoma. Fastball was up to 98, and secondary stuff was good, was not throwing balls. I think it was 42 strikes on 52 pitches. Like, everything you want to see from Bryce Miller was there. And, I found it. This is what I wrote today. The New Look Mariners took 3 of 4 from the Rangers, with whom they entered their series tied over the weekend. Seattle was almost fully healthy, and with Bryce Miller carving in his rehab assignment with a fastball tickling 98 miles per hour, and Victor Robles potentially back in September, the Mariners are 2 recalls away from having the scariest squad they've had since their resurgence started in 2021. I think that is an astute assessment by you, Brock, and I fully agree with it, because when you look at this team and compare it to the rest of the teams across the American League, I don't think anybody touches them when it comes to starting pitching. I think their lineup, if not as good as some others from April through July, stands at least right next to pretty much every other lineup in the American League right now, if not on top. Their bullpen has gotten better and is going to be deeper in the playoffs when, theoretically, they will be able to use Bryce Miller out of it. And it's just going to be a matter of getting there and playing clean baseball. I think if the Mariners can do that, they're as good of a team as there is in the American League.
Jeff, what's going on in Houston right now? They've got swept in Boston. They've lost 8 of their last 10. What do you think is going on with the Astros?
I think regression, Brady, is a real thing, and the Astros were winning baseball games with Victor Caratini batting in the 3-hole. And look, I think they did a nice job. They got Jesus Sanchez, they got Ramon Urias, and they added Carlos Correa back. They're going to be getting Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier off the injured list. So this is a team that's going to get better. I'm not going to look at the Astros right now and suggest that they are bound to falter. I will say this, though. The American League West is up for grabs, and if I'm picking a team right now to win it, I think it's going to come down to the last week, and I think the Mariners are in an excellent position to take that division and potentially, this is wild to think, but potentially a bye that comes with it. I mean, they have to go on a run here, but I don't think 2 seeds out of the question for the Mariners at this point.
Jeff, do matchups matter in baseball like they do in basketball, like they do in football? The Mariners, let me rattle, you know these numbers, but let me rattle them off for the audience. The Mariners are now 10-3 versus the Rangers in 2025. The Mariners are now 38-9. 38-9 versus the Rangers in Seattle since 2000. And overall, since 2021, the Mariners are 51-26 versus the Texas Rangers. Do matchups matter in baseball?
I thought you meant matchups like lefty, righty, and platoon type stuff.
Nope.
No, I don't take a whole lot out of like season series, and teams just change year over year so much, Brock, that I think that those can be misleading. But I will say this, you know, if you have players on the Rangers who have faced Logan Gilbert and Luis Castillo and Brian Wu a number of times, and they just haven't been able to, you know, George Kirby too, and Bryce Miller to that extent, and have not been able to hit them, I think there's something real to that. I think there's something legitimate there, and the place where sample becomes reliable tends to be larger than what you get in those player versus team matchups. So they're always a little bit iffy, but there are just some guys that teams hate facing. And if the Seattle Mariners pitching staff was in that group, I would not blame anybody for not wanting to face them.
I like those words, real and legitimate, because when you start to look at the numbers of baseball, right, you can really sink your teeth into it. That's a real number. That's a legitimate number. Julio Rodriguez, in the history of the game of baseball, joins Darryl Strawberry and Bobby Bonds as the only two players in their first 4 years to get to 100 home runs and 100 stolen bases. If there's one name that we have talked about over the last 4 years with you more than any other singular name for the Seattle Mariners, it is Julio Rodriguez. How do you put that kind of history into context?
I think it's just a reminder that for all of the frustration that Julio has caused and can cause the fan base, it's worth remembering that this guy has been consistently much better than the average center fielder. Now, because the expectations that accompanied him when he arrived, better than the average center fielder tends not to be the metric by which they want to measure things, right? Yep. You want to measure them. How does Julio compare to Bobby Witt Jr.? And how does Julio compare to Corbin Carroll? How does he compare to the contemporaries with whom he ascended to the big leagues? And at this point, he's not either of them. But that's okay. He plays excellent defense at the third most important position behind shortstop and catcher. He plays excellent defense in center field. He hits home runs. He steals bases. Does he have weaknesses? Yes. Can those weaknesses be overcome? Yes. Is he going to overcome them? To be determined. But in the meantime, I think focusing on the things he doesn't do well is wrong. I think looking at who Julio is right now and what he brings gives you a sense that, hey, this is a real player on a championship caliber team. And taking that for granted, I'm not going to use the word anymore because I don't do this. I learned my lesson, but I'm just going to say be appreciative of what you've got and not what you want.
Last couple of minutes here with Jeff Passan. I'm curious. And I'm not going to make you go down this chase of numbers because it would be a little bit arduous. But I'm just kind of curious your gut feeling that if you were to look at teams with 50 games to go in a season, which is where we find ourselves in the home stretch of this year, and right now the Mariners have the second best record in all of baseball against teams with winning records. And I'm just kind of curious, do you think that matters kind of predict here down the stretch? And if you've done that in the first 110 games, and you've played, and you've beaten DeGrom, and you've beaten Scoopel twice, and you've beaten Skeens, and you've beaten, good teams, and you find yourself with the second best record against teams over 500 in all of baseball, does that portend anything?
Well, I think I take two things away from that. The first is, why are the Mariners not doing better against bad teams?
Yep.
Right? If you're beaten up on the Kings, then you shouldn't be losing to the Jesters. But that happens sometimes. So the thing that I do take away from it is, yes, that is a small sample that I buy, Brock. Mm-hmm. Because what is the baseball postseason if not a small sample? What is the baseball postseason if not indicative of your ability on any given day to go up against the best pitchers in the world and beat them? That, to me, suggests that the Mariners are capable of stepping up against capital D dudes. And that's something that I want to see out of my team, because if they went against Scoobel and DeGrom and Skeens and were just throwing up zero after zero, wouldn't we be sitting here and saying, this might be a problem, guys? No, it's not a problem. Now, come October, it could be different scenarios and different feelings. Yes. I mean, different everything. Like the playoffs are heavier. Do you have the shoulders to bear that burden?
It kind of feels like teams when you play franchise quarterbacks in the NFL. You can gather a bunch of wins. Seahawks did that last year against some rookies and some young. But when you play Stafford, when you play Mahomes, when you play Josh Allen, right? Isn't there probably something analogous to facing the top guns in baseball as well?
I think it's a perfect analogy, and I think you're spot on.
Okay, last thing here for you, man. Just it's good, man. It's just goodwill, right? Excitement, good vibes, as Eugenio loves to say. On top of everything that the big league club is doing, on top of everything they got done at the trade deadline, to see yesterday Jurangelo and Colt Emerson in particular, their top prospect who's been on fire, now called up to AA Arkansas as well with Las Montez and Arroyo. So just, I guess, to put a bow on this entire half-hour conversation about the Mariners, both on-field product at the major league level and what's to come and what's going on behind the scenes, how would you characterize it?
Life is good if you're a Seattle Mariners fan, Brock.
Life is good, Jeffrey Passan. Life is good. Thank you, my friend. Good luck tomorrow. Tell Doug Mikheyevich hello for me when you guys get together. And we'll look forward to doing this.
I would expect this from Salk. Has he infected you?
Yeah, I got to take on a little of his. I got to bring a little of that when he's out.
I may have prompted it a little bit.
Okay, first off, you need to stay out of this more. Second off, Brock, you are always just the most sincere and thoughtful guy, and the disease of the turd has taken you over, and I'm ashamed for all of you.
No, it's a little middle child.
Brady, it's great talking with you.
You as well, Jeff.
It's a little middle child instigator, and he likes to come out every once in a while. Jeffrey, have a great week, man. We'll look forward to doing it next Tuesday. You're right, man. Life is good right now as a Mariner and a Mariner fan for sure. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody but Maura Dooley.
There you go. There goes Jeffrey Passan.
All I did was make sure that Brock knew that there was a Twitter beef. I don't know why I'm getting thrown under but how does Passan think that Brock is just this lovely person that never instigates anything? I don't know how he's gotten away with that one. I guess just because Salk and Passan usually go back and forth?
Sounds like Passan doesn't spend enough time around Brock.
I was going to say, I think Lyle would support the idea that Brock's an instigator.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll talk to him about that next. Brock and Brady Henderson are taking over from 7 to 10. We've got Aaron Goldsmith coming up at 8:30, and we will be talking to Seahawks tackle Byron Murphy at 7:45. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let's do a little Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Let's see. Dooley. Maura Dooley present. Is Maura Dooley present? Here? Maura, you there?
I'm here.
All right, Lyle. Do we got a Goldstein? Do I got a Goldstein?
I mean, we've been here for the last hour, Brock.
Do we got Lyle? Do I got a Goldstein? Is there a Goldstein?
We're
You
here.
All right. Henderson. We got a Henderson in the house. Henderson?
Present.
Salk. We got a Salk. Do we got a Salk anywhere? Salk? No Salky yet. Salky going to be taking, I think, its final vacation day of the year today, and back tomorrow. I think we're all out. Maura, you out of vacation? Lyle, you out of vacation? I think I'm out of vacation. We good? We ready to roll? The rest of the way here through football season. Brady, you're never on vacation. Sorry, buddy. You are in your seatbelt every day. And we're going to get to all your observations. Sound like a pretty good offensive day yesterday, to tease it. Was yesterday one of the better offensive days throughout?
I think so. Yeah. He had some big plays by not just the starters, but some of the backup receivers as well. Cody White had himself a good day, sort of in keeping with the theme of wide receivers who were trying to battle for roster spots, making some big plays. So I still think the defense is ahead, but it was another good day for Sam Darnold and company yesterday.
Good. Yeah, I think Cody was on with Bump and Stacy, so I think they've just brought some good vibes, good juice to anybody that's been on their show. Yeah, and they've gone out and practiced really well. And speaking of good vibes, just re-listening to Jeff Passan there that last half hour or so, Lyle. Since we missed you yesterday, are you buying all of these good vibes that Mr. Passan is selling? Let's see, including, I like cut 6 here, Maura, if you wouldn't mind. I kind of like cut 6 here from Jeff Passan. I know yesterday my eyebrows raised, my 5-head raised. I raised up in my seat as he was just about as complimentary of the hometown nine as he's ever been.
Tyler Locklear is going to be a good big leaguer for a long time, I think. I don't know if he's ever going to be in the MVP hunt, but I think he's going to be a solid first baseman for the Diamondbacks for years to come. And to give him up for somebody who's going to be a free agent at the end of the season, I mean, that to me, it suggests that the Mariners are doing things that they have not done in the past because they recognize that this window is open and not only a playoff spot, but a pennant is there for the taking.
Buying Mr. Goldstein?
I mean, it's hard not to after the weekend they had. And it's funny, I still think they can play even better than they played, which is kind of a wild thing to say when you win 3 of 4 from a team you're battling with for a wild card spot. But, yeah, you just look up and down. Like, for example, Gino hasn't even been Gino yet in the first 4 games, and it's only been 4 games. But, you'll get more from him and Cal, and it's totally warranted, but he's been on a little bit of a cold stretch the last couple weeks, and at some point he'll bounce back. Like, they can be even better than this. So to see him playing like this weekend, it's hard not to buy in.
Yeah, and I think he used the word urgency within that half hour as well, that there was just a sense of urgency. Now, you look up last night, and just about every team you wanted to lose found a way to win, save for the Yankees, who are just in a tailspin. Should get Judge back tonight, playing a little bit of DH off the IL. But, Yeah, I mean, the Blue Jays hammer, the Detroit hammers, Houston hammers Miami, Boston is about as hot as anybody. And yet, when you look at that and you look at all those games last night as a fan with the Mariners finally off for the first time in 18 days, and you realize, man, this Mariners lineup is right there with those guys. And we couldn't say that last year, nor the year before, nor the year before, nor the year before that, nor the year before that, 1 through 9. Right? If you had a series, Lyle, I went through the numbers yesterday, and Brady, that, where Cal, where Julio and Naylor go combined 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. I think they were combined 7 for 49 overall in the series. I mean, those are your thumpers. That's the middle of your lineup. There was traffic. Those guys have to deliver. And in the past years, if they didn't deliver, you didn't win those games. And you certainly didn't win a series against a team that can pitch the way Texas did. So to find a way with the rest. And Brady, I think we talked about this briefly yesterday in our takeaways. The kind of depth that these Mariners have this year is the kind of depth that we felt in that building that you're sitting in down at the VMAC in 12, 13, 14, 15. And I think we can both agree, when you have that kind of depth, you can start talking about aspirations of not just making the playoffs, but actually doing something in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that leads me, you brought football into us, and I was already going to do the same thing, just because the football reporter in me is wondering, in baseball, and I'll pose this question to both of you guys. In baseball, is it easier to go all the way as a good team, but maybe not a great team, but as a good team? Is it easier to win it or to even get to the championship as a good but not great team in baseball or in football? Because it seems like in football, occasionally you'll see the Giants, get into the playoffs as a wild card and then shock the world and beat the Patriots, this 16-0 Patriots. But by and large, I don't know, it feels like you kind of see that dominance throughout the regular season from teams that end up going to the Super Bowl. Is it easier to do that in football or in baseball? Because I would think that over, a 5 and 7 game series, whatever it is, the better team is typically gonna win in baseball. But is that the case? What do you think? Is it easier to do that in baseball or in football?
I've got a pretty definitive opinion. Lyle, you want to weigh in first? I'm curious if you are similar brainwaves as I had in answering that question.
I think it's easier in baseball for a good team to make a run rather than a great team. Because a good team, if you get hot at the right time and your pitching really locks in at the right time, you could just have a really hot 3-week stretch where it's kind of your ball game. Look at the Diamondbacks 2 years ago. Like, they were never supposed to get to the World Series, but they got there. I think you see that less in football than you do in baseball.
I would tend to fully agree with that. And Brady, I'd add kind of the playoff structure as well. You've got this wild card deal that's just it truly is wild. It's 3-game series and just a couple hot games from your lineup, and you can beat really good pitchers, or your pitcher has an off day or what have you. The NFL structure where you get that first round bye with the 1 and 2 seed, and then you get home field advantage. Yeah, that plays, I think, a bigger role. And then, we've also seen in recent years these baseball teams of rest versus rust. And actually having time off is not always, certainly like having a week off is not always the most beneficial thing to those guys. So I think from the structure standpoint of it, I think from the line of scrimmage standpoint of it, quarterback play, elite quarterback play is like elite pitching play. Those things are fairly analogous, and that can certainly help carry you. But I would say the schedule, the home field advantage, the line of scrimmage probably point to a few more factors in football that make that a different story than baseball. However, when you do have depth and don't have to just rely, like in football, you'll hear coaches say this all the time. And I think you'll hear this in baseball too, especially if this team goes on a run and makes it to the playoffs. You've got to find a way to win that game that day in any different ways. And if you're just a one-trick pony and all we can do is run the football, if you're just a one-trick and all we can do is pitch, then it's going to be pretty difficult if that pitching's a little bit off to have your bats pick it up and, vice versa. So, yeah, this team, and just listening back to Jeff and watching some of it last night on some of the social channels, seeing where it was kind of picked up and not just poo-pooed for the first time by Mariners Twitter. Mariners social is like, hard to debate. And, oh, by the way, as Jeff said, when Robles and Bryce Miller come back, if they come back, when they come back, they should come back. You add those two talents to this arsenal of depth you've added. Yeah, I think Jeff's absolutely right. Let's stop talking about the playoffs. let's start talking about a pennant. About 20 minutes, we'll talk about everything that went down there in front of Brady's eyes on a pretty positive, optimistic offensive day. But everything you need to know coming your way next. Brady's in for Salk. It is Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. That he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big. I'm talking about bombs. Throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. A good Tuesday morning. I've had my share of some sports injuries, some bumps and bruises over the year. I'm not going to lie. We had a really long practice last night. And after about 4 hours of standing on the field, yeah, my back was feeling a little bit. But you don't have to be a former pro player to know what I'm talking about. I know that many of you woke up this morning with painful joints from, well, everything in that itis family that makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, that is where he is ready for your phone call this morning. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain. Don't let it affect you. Don't let it stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor, and I can say this confidently, with over 3 decades of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train lately, not Dr. Nelson. This has been his heart. This has been his passion for over 30 years. So if you're in pain, give him a call. Pain no longer. 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Just kind of curious if any of you were like me last night. Like, I'm kind of looking forward to no Mariner game, no stress, no emotion, just get to relax, and then kind of first pitch time game, and you're like, kind of wish the Mariners were playing because we just had to watch everybody else. We had to watch Houston win last night, move to 3 games up, watch Texas come back and beat the Yankees in the bottom of the 10th inning, I believe, and extra innings. Red Sox stay hot. Well, the Mariners don't have to wait too long. They will get back to it. They needed that day off. 17 games and 17 days, and they will take on the White Sox beginning a 3-game set tonight. 6:40, Brian Woo's going to get the ball. Every one of these pitching matchups, they have the advantage. It'll then be George. It'll be Logan as they try to close that gap on the American League West and kind of keep an eye on really the whole American League overall. The Astros, I mentioned, beat the Marlins 8-2, take a 3-game lead over the Mariners in the American League West. But it's kind of that time, Brady. Back in the day when my dad was a PE teacher at Puyallup High School with Dave Requay and George Wilfong, you know, we would get the Tacoma News Tribune delivered to the high school. And it was about this time as school started or getting back to school. And you look in the paper and you look at the standings and you just kind of watch everybody. And it's pretty cool that your team is right in the mix.
Nothing like a pennant race, right, Brock? I mean, the Mariners had a day off yesterday after, 17 games in 17 days? Sounds like you needed a day off, too. That's stressful. Lyle, do you get that way, too? Do you get stressed out?
What?
What?
Should check out his marine layers every night. Check out him screaming every night one way or another.
Well, then maybe that answers that.
Okay.
Yes. All right, push.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So we'll kind of juggle between the Mariners and the Seahawks really all day today. Brady will go in depth with a little more of his observations from camp yesterday. Byron Murphy, big year, big sophomore season for big old Byron. Byron's going to join us at 7:45 this morning. Looking forward to all of that. Yesterday, Mike McDonald out for personal reasons. Leslie Frazier stepped in. Got a little hot out there. Got a little contentious. I understand a quarterback got bumped. Certain linemen didn't really like that. Boy, Mafe talking about Coach Frazier and how he addressed the team through all of that yesterday.
Leslie was just, obviously we had coaches that had stuff to handle, and so we were just talking about what we were doing today and that everything was okay, and making sure that no one was a ride, and making sure we were all in a good little headspace.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Leslie Frazier is here, because he's been there, he's done it, he's been a head coach, and he has a really strong relationship with Mike Macdonald. And remember when Macdonald missed a couple days, what was it, last December for the birth of his child, Jack? Leslie Frazier stepped in, and sounds like he did the same thing yesterday. We saw Frazier address the team after practice, and then Derek Hall did as well. And you mentioned it getting a little bit testy. So kind of towards near the end of practice, there's a bit of a kind of contentious exchange. I think Derek Hall as I saw the replay on the board, it looks like he just sort of kind of very lightly wrapped up Sam Darnold. So it was nothing that ever would have, affected a quarterback. It was just kind of a playful, just kind of wrapped him up afterwards. But the rule is, Brock, as you know, you don't touch the quarterback in practice. And I think one of those offensive linemen.
Don't touch me, bro.
Yeah, don't touch me, bro. Don't tase me, and don't touch me, bro. One of those offensive linemen took exception to it, and a little skirmish. I don't know if any punches were thrown.
Was one of those offensive linemen, can you confirm nor deny, was it Gray Zabel?
I cannot confirm nor deny. It was, all I saw was a big pileup, and then when I went to watch the replay on those big replay boards, it didn't really show that part of it. But I did see live Derek Hall getting pulled away by, I think it was Adam Dirty, and then you saw Derek Hall. I didn't see him back out there after that, so it kind of told me that maybe they were holding him out just to kind of send him a little bit of a message, and then we saw Derek Hall deliver a message to the team afterwards, and it sort of had the look of something of a mea culpa.
Would you call that a kerfuffle?
You could call it a kerfuffle, yeah. You could call it, a little skirmish, a little altercation.
Nice.
Wouldn't quite call it a Donnybrook or a Pure Six brawl. Wasn't quite to that level, but it was a little skirmish.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, we just got done talking about old Jeff Passan, who joined us on a Monday. Aaron Goldsmith going to join us on a Tuesday at 8:30. And Passan, very high on the Mariners trade deadline moves. In fact, giving them that Joel Robichon Award for absolutely cooking in his latest piece. Kind of asked him, when was the last time, and he's watched these Mariners an awful lot, especially over the last decade or so as we've talked to him, the last time Jeff Passan has felt like this Mariners team has been this deep. This was a pretty astute answer.
No. In fact, that is exactly what I wrote today. I think the important point is they're almost at full strength right now, too, right?
Yep.
Bryce Miller looked awesome in his last rehab start at Tacoma. And with Bryce Miller carving in his rehab assignment with a fastball tickling 98 miles per hour and Victor Robles potentially back in September, the Mariners are 2 recalls away from having the scariest squad they've had since their resurgence started in 2021.
Yeah, and I'd peel it back all the way to when they really tore this thing down, Brady, and moved on and knew, hey, man, like this cycle. There's a cycle to this in baseball. There's a cycle to it in every sport, be it through age, be it through contracts and everything else. And when they decided to move on from the older veterans, from a Robinson Cano and really reboot this thing back in, what was that, 18 or 19, this is by far the deepest. And as Salk has said repeatedly, this is why you did that. This is why you went through the hard stuff. This is why you rebuilt and took it down, so you could be in a position to be urgent. You could be in a position to add to this roster and still be in a position to kind of have the depth you'll need for the final 49 games of this marathon of a season. That is everything you need to know on this Tuesday morning. Would you say overall, Brady, that with the day off on Sunday, after the little mock scrimmage, everything that went down at the stadium on Saturday, would you say there was a little more juice on the field yesterday? Maybe adding to kind of some of that passion and some of that back and forth just a little bit?
You know what? It didn't look a whole lot different to me. You would think that might be in play. I mean, those guys went at it for, I think they practiced 6 straight days last week, and 5 of them were in pads. So, I think per the CBA, you can only go 3 straight days in pads. So I think they just had kind of a walkthrough in there to break up the consecutive padded practices. And so, you would think that after a long week like that, their first week in pads, that they would really need that off day. But, yesterday seemed kind of like a normal practice. I'm going back through my notes from yesterday, and one of the early periods that they do when they start getting into teamwork is that team run period where you see some physical play there. And I saw Ernest Jones deck the rookie Damian Martinez on one inside run. I saw Jamie Sheriff stuff one of the undrafted rookie running backs. And so you did get some physical play there. So maybe to your point, maybe a little bit more juice coming off that much needed day off.
You pulling out your notebook right now? You getting ready for all your news and all your notes and all your storylines from training camp yesterday? Remember, Seahawks training camp brought to you every day by The Landing in Renton. No one better to talk about it than our very own Brady Henderson, Byron Murphy after that, Aaron Goldsmith. Don't go anywhere on this Tuesday morning. It's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Goodbye, baseball. Walk it off. J.P. Crawford with a walk-off two-run home run.
Tonight, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new installation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues. They took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
James Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson coming out of his office as a customer asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mr. Henderson, keep your head on a swivel. You're going to have a big old D tackle coming in there, barging through that door. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, Byron Murphy is going to join Brady down at the VMAC where he is just about every single day of training camp. Again, brought to you by the Renton Landing. Remember, these Raiders come into town on Thursday. The Chiefs come into town next Friday. Then it's in Green Bay for some dual practices against those guys. That is it. Football season is here. Brady, you were there. By all accounts, and again, it's kind of like eyewitness testimony for you, Bob, Nemhauser, you guys that are there every day, kind of locked in. It's funny. It's like truly when you go through your different reports, kind of like the Gospels. Like everybody's got a little different eyewitness account to everything that they saw. Just big picture, pretty significant practice after a day off, and certainly pretty emotional. Just big picture. How would you characterize it yesterday?
Yeah, kind of what I said earlier. I still think that the defense is ahead of the offense, and that's been the case by and large for the first, week and a half of training camp. And it makes total sense when you consider the different states of those. Excuse me, I had my microphone nowhere near my mouth.
Brady, what the heck were
when
you
you
doing
just consider the different
Brady, are you
states.
a rookie? Is this your first time putting on a headset?
No, that was a rookie mistake, though. There we go. Hopefully you can hear me a lot better.
Oh,
no, it makes total sense that the defense is going to be ahead of the offense. And I'll give you some numbers there, Brock.
Okay.
Of the 16 defensive players who played at least 300 snaps for them last season, 13 of them are back in the fold this season. And of the 3 who aren't, a couple of those guys are Draymond Jones and Rayshon Jenkins, guys that they didn't want back anyways. So most of the people who played significant snaps for them last season are back. The scheme is obviously the same. The guy calling it is the same, and most of his coaching staff is the same. So all sorts of continuity on defense, and it makes total sense why they would be ahead. I think the complete opposite is true on offense, where the scheme is new, the coordinator is new coaches on the offensive line and the quarterback's coach, and half of the starters are new, including the starting quarterback. And they're not only new, a lot of those guys, weren't even on the team last year, so they're new to the entire team. And so there's just so much newness, and it makes total sense why the defense is ahead of the offense. That said, I think the defense is, I don't know if they're starting to catch up, but they've put together a few nice practices in a row. And Sam Darnold, I just think to my somewhat untrained eye, he is looking more comfortable. I think he's doing what we talked about yesterday, where he's doing a better job of playing on time compared to what it looked like in OTAs and minicamp, when, to my eye, a lot of plays just seem to die with the quarterback holding on to the ball. And I think this rookie class, I think that's maybe the big takeaway so far, is this rookie class is really, you've got some guys who are standing out. And, again, it's one thing to stand out in the spring. If you're a pass catcher, that format is built for those guys to stand out because it's no contact. Defensive players aren't completely making plays on the ball because it's no contact and they don't want to, skirt the rules. And so it's one thing to do that in the spring. It's another thing to do it when the pads come on, and you are seeing guys like Torrey Horton and Elijah Arroyo continue to make plays, which I think is a really good sign for an offense that, obviously needs some playmakers just based on what they got rid of this offseason.
One thing to keep an eye on, Brady, is as you were talking there about this rookie class, as you know, my left-handed middle child kind of crazy brain goes a lot of different places as I doodle there. I actually think of the sport of college baseball. And I think of this MLB draft, and I think of the Mariners picking Cade Anderson at number 3 overall, and how there's already some expectations that he could push to be in this rotation, if not at the start of next year, maybe the second half of next year. The guys that are just coming out of college, Paul Skeens a couple years ago out of LSU, who went from Air Force to LSU to a top pick. The guys are coming out of college. The kid from Wake Forest, Kurtz, who's down in Oakland, a year and a half ago, he's at Wake Forest, and he is now a significant contributor in the middle of the A's lineup. What you've seen in the sport of baseball, Brady, is that as college baseball has become magnified, facilities have grown, commitment has grown, player development has grown. It's not taken 3, 4, 5 years of churn in the minors to get to the bigs. I'm kind of curious if we're going to see some studies over the years ahead, and especially with this group that had COVID year, this group that had transfer to go play, this group that had, multiple 5th and 6th year players like in this draft. We know, I think you talked about it after the draft. This is one of the most experienced as far as snaps played by a draft class in the history. It has to be the most ever in the history of the Seattle Seahawks. Rounds 1 with Abel, all the way through round 7 with Richmond, that played 5+ years and started 4 years at Iowa. And I wonder if that allows these guys as a rookie class to hit the ground running that much faster. That makes sense?
Yeah. I think that's the new NFL landscape. You had the COVID year, so a lot of those guys, and that eventually won't be relevant anymore. But you still have NIL, and who knows how much that really affects like the early round guys, because if those guys are going to be early round picks, I think they're going. But I think that really affects the kind of mid round, late round picks. Those guys.
To keep
I think a lot of those guys say, look, if I'm already making 6 figures in college, or maybe even some of those guys are making 7 figures. You might be if you're going to be a 5th round pick, you might have to take a pay cut to go to the NFL. So you're seeing a lot of those guys stay longer, and there are more experienced. I mean, Torrey Horton, he played 5 years of college football, and he played in 2 different schemes. And I think that may be another thing I'm curious to get your take on is, with the transfers, when guys are transferring, they have more exposure to more offenses than what guys used to have exposure to, which was they played in the same offense for 3, maybe 4 years. Now you've got guys playing 5 years and in multiple offenses, and I wonder if they're just maybe a little bit more well-versed in different styles of play coming into the NFL compared to...
I think all those factors are real. And you mentioned NIL is staying in school. You know what NIL also does for these young guys is it forces you to grow up fast, to have to handle family and friends and everybody coming out of the woodwork that wants a piece of you and wants a piece of your money. And how are you going to handle that at 18, 19, 20 years old? I mean, I remember, and this was obviously last century when I was drafted in 1999, but I do remember young guys coming into the league and they felt so young. Like, oh my gosh, they are in some cases 20 years old, right? They're in school for 3 years. I think Edgerrin James was like 20 years old when he was drafted by the Colts. And you still see that. The guy we're going to talk to in a few minutes, Byron Murphy, right? I think pretty young guy coming into the league. So, I mean, you still see young guys, but the amount of maturity on the football field, off the football field, the time on task that they've had, I don't feel a sense of overwhelmment. In this rookie class, to your point, and we saw this with A.J. Barner last year, who jumped in right away. And look at A.J.'s story. 6 years of college, bunch of years in Indiana, go to Michigan, right? Learn different systems, learn a pro-style system, much more versed to contribute right away. And Brady, this rookie class is going to be asked to contribute all over the field. Receiver, tight end, left guard, defensively. Like, there's going to be Nicky Manwar. There's going to be, an opportunity for these guys to make their name right away.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you just go down the list right now. I mean, Gray Zabel is obviously going to be their starting left guard. Nicky Manwari, maybe not a starter this year, but he's going to play significant snaps on defense. Elijah Arroyo, maybe their number one or co-number one tight end, along with A.J. Barner. Jalen Milroe, not going to start, but you're going to see him on the field for maybe a few plays a game. Torrey Horton, one of their fifth-round picks, I think he's going to push for significant snaps, and we'll talk about him more in Blue 88. I don't want to give that away, but I think Torrey Horton is making a significant push to be a player for them this season. Robbie Utes, he's going to be their starting fullback, in addition to a big-time special teams player. And then, that's maybe it in terms of guys who you feel really good about making the team. I mean, Damian Martinez, because Kenny McIntosh went down, Damian Martinez, one of their 3 7th-round picks. I think he's very much in play for that number 3 running back job.
Can you remember a draft class like this in your 8 years of doing this with the Seahawks? That if we were to sit 2 weeks into training camp, if we were to sit here and do this same exercise last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, but if we were to do it all the way down to your first year of covering the Hawks, you think there was ever a year like this where this many rookies 2 weeks into camp were running with the ones or the twos and really projected to play significant snaps and roles?
I mean, 2022, you had some big-time players like right away. But, that was, I think, a 9-person class, 9 or 10. I mean, yeah, you had Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, K9, Abe Lucas, Kobe Bryant, Reek Woolen. So that was but to your point, it's rare. It is rare. I mean, they've had years where you might have 1 or 2 guys really playing significant snaps in year one, and then the rest are kind of waiting in the wings. And so, they've got a lot of guys who, that's kind of been the trend the last few years. Last year, Byron Murphy, Tyrese Knight, A.J. Barner, those were really the guys right away. But then you eventually saw Michael Jarrell, Satao Laumea. So it feels like with this class, it's going to happen right away. And, it's a good sign that for them that, these guys seem to be, it doesn't seem to be too big, too much for them too soon.
Brady, is it fair to characterize that Derek Hall maybe he's got a little more edge, a little bit more of that, and I think back to a couple images last year in games where, there was some conversation and big old Jaron had to have a little conversation with Derek, just emotion, like just his, I don't want to say temper. I don't think that is fair, but would you say that he runs as hot, Derek Hall, as anybody does there defensively on the field?
Yeah, Derek Hall is an intense kind of player, and I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday about how DeMarcus Lawrence has really come in, and I think those guys have kind of, taken to each other as kind of the third-year guy and the veteran, and there's some mentorship going on there, and they kind of seem like, I think it looks like they've kind of bonded over the fact that they kind of have similar playing styles, like really intense, rugged guys, and or as Jaron Reed put it, they're both crazy as hell. That's how he phrased it.
Yes.
And I mean, you see those guys working off to the side together, and
that probably played a role yesterday, right? Because everybody knows who the wild man is, right? Who can push it to the very extent, and maybe Derek Hall was doing it out of jest or out of fun and kind of grabbing Sam Darnold. But if anybody was to do that to the quarterback and get an offensive line to react as it seems like it reacted yesterday, it's probably 58 right in the mix of that, is it not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's just an intense, rugged guy, and DeMarcus Lawrence, that's kind of been his game, and Mike McDonald paid him, kind of a really strong compliment the other day when he was talking about how, when you look at DeMarcus Lawrence on film, so DeMarcus Lawrence on the roster, 6'3", 254 pounds. which is kind of roughly the same size as Derek Hall. But McDonald said that when you watch him on film, he looks like a giant just because of how strong he is and how hard he plays and how able he is to move people.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's the mentorship that you're seeing right now. But really, when it comes down to actually setting an edge, I think he's going to be an upgrade for them over what they had in Draymond Jones, just because that physical style, that wasn't really Draymond Jones's game.
Violence. Hey, just kind of random questions. Byron Murphy's going to be with us here any minute, the big defensive tackle. And I asked this because of our peers, our sister station out in Denver was chatting with one of their hosts who also happens to be the head football coach at the high school I'm at. And he was talking about how the NFL, man, there's just not many team reps. And I was like, I don't know about that in Seattle. I think old McDonald, when I watch practice, I see quite a bit of team, just 11 on 11, not the individual drills, not the one-on-one Brady, not the 7-on-7. If you were just to estimate how many team reps Sam Darnold gets, and let's say yesterday's 2.5-hour practice, right? How many team reps do you think Sam gets over the course of that practice?
Gosh. They do rotate their quarterbacks a lot. Yeah, and so you do see the second and the third team guys get a few reps, quite a few reps. So, gosh, I would say in terms of pure 11 on 11, I would say that Darnold, gosh, I'm going to pull a number.
Yeah, go ahead.
40?
Yeah, exactly. They do a lot of team reps. I think that's probably a little high. If each of those periods is, call it 12 to 15, he's getting half of them, right? They probably have 4 or 5 of those periods. I'd say it's probably 25 to 30, know. Well, conversely, like Denver and Sean Payton's kind of the old school, kind of out of the school that I was in way back when, it's about 12 team reps is it in an entire practice. Like there just is not the amount of team. And as I was chatting, he was like, yeah, that right there, that is the Harbaugh and McDonald. If you want to look at NFL training camps, you go to Baltimore, you go to Los Angeles, you go to Seattle. That is where, and some of the other spots where maybe there's a Harbaugh influence, because that is a big core belief that you get better at football, Brady, in playing football. And that sounds so ridiculously simple, right? It's like Salk's like, hey, man, you know how you run the ball? Run the ball. If you say you're going to be a run the ball team, run the ball. Right? If you want to get rushing yards, guess what you got to do? You got to run the ball. And it's funny, like you got to play football to get better. Ooh, do I hear a defensive tackle breathing?
You sure do.
Yeah. See what that was right there, Byron? That was like 30 years of quarterback instincts that can just feel and just sense. And actually, when I was down playing QB back in the day when we were under center a lot, not in shotgun, and I could hear those D linemen breathing, I could just feel a defensive tackle in the building, man. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Thanks for having me, man. I'm doing great. How are you?
You doing good? Your body good?
Yes, sir. Feeling good.
You sure? 2 weeks into training camp, your body's good?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm hurting, but hey, that will come with it. So.
Tell us about that first week in pad. You guys went 6 straight days. I think 5 of those were in pads. What's that like?
Man, it was tough. It was tough, especially, going out there full pads almost every day, 2 hours and 30 minutes. It was tough, but hey, I got through it. We made it through. So.
Not quite as hot here as it is in Texas, right? No. At least you got that going for you.
That's another thing that helped too, the weather, most definitely.
Yeah,
go ahead, Ron.
I had your opener a couple years ago, Byron, versus Rice University. I don't know if you remember that game.
I remember that game.
Yeah, because it was like 150 degrees. The black little pellets in your stadium there were like melting with our sideline reporter. I mean, it was hot, hot, hot. And Brady just mentioned this ain't Texas. How much of a role does that play? And I guess getting you guys ready, big guys ready, because you're going to play in some heat and humidity this year versus also just the quality of work you can get done in these rather temperate climates.
I feel like it's a big difference, coming from Texas to Seattle, man, it's a huge difference because, in Texas, it'd be 105, probably feeling like 113, though. And, the heat play a huge part in it, because, big guys like me, the heat usually, wear us out faster. But it's just being up here, I feel like how the weather is, like 80, 90 degrees, I feel like I can get way more work done, way more quality work and reps. Yep. And I feel like as a team, just as a collective, we can get things done. I say better and just more precise as well.
Let's talk about your rookie season, Byron. What do you feel like was the biggest thing you learned? I heard you talking the other day to the media at large about how the importance of film study. Is that what you were saying? Can you tell us more about that?
I say really, when I was talking about that, I'm saying really just getting to, know your opponent, just knowing the ins and outs, his strength, his weaknesses. And just coming into it last year, I feel like I could have done a way better job than that, but, I was a rookie, just new to everything. But now just transitioning to the off season, just watching more film, learning from other guys like my vets and everything. So just coming into this year, coming into training camp and OTAs, I just see things totally different out, from my opponent, the guy across from me.
And where'd you train this offseason? Were you up here, down in Dallas?
I was here and back in Dallas.
Okay. And what was the focus, just physically, of your training? What was some things you focused on?
Physically, I say, I was lifting. I was lifting, but not a lot. But just to keep my strength up, because I'm already a strong guy. But my main focus is really pass rushing, man. Just really focusing on pass rushing. Working the edge. Off of O-lineman. This really was my main focus, just pass rushing, really.
Byron, we got some guys listening and gals listening to this show that are firefighters, that are milkmen, milkman Jays out there. They fancy themselves strong guys. My buddy Daniel Hill, he's a trainer. He loves to work out every day. They're always blown away when you say you're strong. I think Jaron Reed said you were as strong as bleep, like strong as bleep bleep.
He said it 3 times, too.
Yeah, he did. So can you, for, maybe those that enjoy working out, that go to the gym, can you kind of put into reference, when they say you're strong as bleep bleep, what does that mean? Bench, squat? I know you don't do like you did in college, but you go into that weight room. What are we talking about you eating?
Man, pretty much all over the board. I'm all around with it, from the first lift to the last lift. And then the guy I'm lifting with is Jay Reed, so lifting with him it's insane. One.
Okay, so let's go bench press, right? Let's go either dumbbell bench press or barbell bench press. What are we doing? Maybe not right now in the midst of camp, but what's a strength workout for Byron doing that?
Man, bench press. We'll probably start off with a warm up probably be 225.
Sure.
Get a couple reps of that. After that, we probably 315 on up. I probably finish around probably 365, 375 on bench, messing around with Jay Reed. So
for reps.
And how many reps are or do you ever do 1 rep max on bench or anything like that, or is it? Are you repping it out?
3 reps. Yeah, just rep it out.
At 365.
Yeah.
Whew.
That's easy, though. That's just easy. And we won't even talk about squat, where it's probably 6, 7, 800 pounds. We don't even need to do any of that stuff. So, as you said, man, that's all great, and the weight room is all great, but this is a league of technique, right? This is a league of movement. And you talked about studying your opponent. Your opponent now is your own teammates, right? The last couple of weeks and everything you've seen in camp, everything in the offseason with OTAs. From our perspective, Byron, we're so curious about what this offensive line is being asked to do and what it's like from your perspective to kind of go against the Gray Zables and the different new faces you're seeing with the new scheme. Can you kind of fill in some of the blanks of what it's been like going against the opponent that has been your teammate the last couple months?
So recently, man, I've been going against Gray a lot, from Gray to Olu to Christian Haynes, Anthony Bradford, just going against those guys. I feel like, that's made me a better player as well. This really iron, trying to sharpen iron, especially, Gray. I go against Gray every day on purpose, just to try to get them better, everything, get them ready for the season, get them ready for these D linemen. It's some real D linemen out there in the league, so just trying to get him prepared. He stay asking me questions. How can I help him? Why did I make this move on him? Why did I do this or do that? So you really, just trying to get guys better. Each and every day. That's my biggest concern. I want the best for the O-line, but not against me when I'm going against them.
This rushing scheme, there's the outside zone. I realize they're doing more than just not every run play is outside zone, but as a defensive lineman, when they are hammering that, and you're having to cover a lot of ground over the course of a game. Does that have kind of playing that kind of run game, does that have kind of a tiring out effect, or can it have a tiring out effect on defensive linemen?
It can, because, they got you running sideways all game, but I feel like just ripping it at practice every day because, our team do run a lot of outside zone. I feel like, you know, they'll help, especially against like teams like San Fran, you know, guys who do outside zone the line who perfect it to a T. So I feel like just repping it with these guys each and every day, I feel like going into the game, it'll be nothing.
When you go back to DeSoto, you go back to Austin, you go back to family and friends, Byron, and they ask you about your rookie year, how would you characterize your rookie season?
Man, when they asked me about my rookie year,
how was it, Byron? How did you play? How did you feel like your body of work, your resume, you know, your tape? How do you feel like your rookie year went?
I feel like I played really good. Like I feel like the role they had me playing, I feel like I owned that role. You know, I played up to my standard. But I also feel like I could have did even better. But, you know, just being a rookie, man, I feel like last year I was just playing off instinct because the game was so fast. But, like, now, like, coming into it now, it's like the game has slowed all the way down. So that helps me a lot. Now I'm able to, like, see everything, you know, read formations. I'm knowing where the ball going now. So, and I also, like, just know my ops, like, when to take them or not. So, man, I'm just pumped for the season. I'm ready to go.
The vast majority of your snaps, if I'm not mistaken, they came on first and second down last year. Do you feel like there's more opportunity? I know there's a lot of guys in that defensive line room. Do you feel like there's more opportunity to get you involved on third down more?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I feel like it is, especially since I've been working on my pass rush, and I've been showing my coaches, my D-line coach, Mike, and all these coaches that, you know, I can rush. So I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of more ops, a lot of more opportunities this year on third down.
Would you call that what would you call that yesterday? A kerfuffle? When everybody, I don't know, and Derek didn't he just kind of hug Sam? Wasn't Derek just kind of giving him love before things got a little animated? How would you kind of describe that scene yesterday?
Man, I really didn't see what happened for real. But you know, it's a competitive sport. You know, we all love each other, but you know, things get a little intense. That's all it was. It wasn't nothing crazy.
Speaking of competitive dudes, tell me about number 0. What's it like having DeMarcus Lawrence on your defense in the huddle? Just for people who haven't really seen him play a lot of football in this market, what kind of player is he? What kind of personality is he?
Man, D-Law, special guy, man. He's crazy. He's wired different. He's wired completely different. But man, I feel like a guy like that in our room, that's what we need. You know, he's a guy. He's a leader. You know, he keep us going. You know, he always positive. You know, and he always, you know, putting this. He's just always leading us in the right direction. You know, he's being that vet, that savvy vet he is. You know, 12 years in the game. So, man, just having him in the room, you know, it's an honor to be in the room with him and to play with him, but just to soak up all the knowledge from him. Like, he always giving us young guys, you know, like, just little nuggets and, you know, just little things, you know, for us to be successful on the field.
Well, Mr. Murphy, I could hear you breathing on the way in. I don't want to make you mad and late to meetings on the way out. You got stuff to do. You got lifting. You got all sorts of stuff going. You got a first preseason game just a little over 48 hours away, which will be great at CenturyLink. Always fun to get back to game time. We appreciate it, man. Have a awesome sophomore season. We're excited to watch you right in the middle of it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
You got it, man. There goes Byron Murphy. It's weird, man. He's got them instincts. QBs just you don't even see them. You could just feel them at times. Thankfully, those haven't fully.
Brock, when you heard Byron get on the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I felt that. It felt like Christian Wilkins, Mike Rucker, Grant Wistrom, guys that you just kind of hear breathing, and you know they got one thing in mind, and that's to get after you. So that was fun. There was some good little nuggets there that Byron shared with us. We'll get to that. We'll also get to Blue 88. We push it a segment behind. Got a couple things to throw at Brady Henderson, and one thought as well from something he said yesterday. I'll address next. We'll do it in Blue 88 right here on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here, and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident Book Series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Let's go! The This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Always fun to have these Seahawks and the perspective they bring, and just a lot of guys willing to do just that, Brady. Take some time out of the morning and come hop on with Salk and I, bumping Stacy a little later in the morning. Wyman and Bob, so many cool interviews to just learn even more about these players. Let's learn a little more about this football team and something we call a little Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewert breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
I think the best coaches love to reinforce to their players, really at any level, Brady, high school, college, or pro, don't count the reps, make the reps count. Every coach I played for in the NFL, every team meeting, especially the first couple weeks of camp, is don't go counting your reps, don't go counting numbers. When your opportunity, your numbers call, go deliver. Who are a couple of the young guys that you feel out there through the first 2 weeks of this thing, Brady, that are pushing those veterans, and maybe some veterans, if you want to flip it around, that better not rest on their laurels with what's coming?
Yeah, the guy that comes to mind first when you ask me that question and phrase it that way, Brock, is Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who was signed in free agency to be their number 3 receiver, a guy who was sort of replacing DK Metcalf, not in terms of his place in the pecking order of that receiver core, but in terms of being the speed guy who can stretch the defense, considering that you have your top 2 guys in JSN and Cooper Kupp, who can play on the outside, can win deep on occasion, but really are more of those underneath slot type guys. Well, I'll tell you what, Torrey Horton, I think I mentioned this yesterday, he's made a lot more plays in camp over the first week and a half than Marquez Valdez-Scantling has, albeit, mostly with the second team and mostly against second and third teamers. But he has made a lot of plays, and I really have not seen a whole lot from MVS so far. Now, the contract they signed him to was 1 year, $4 million with $3 million guaranteed. So you really would I don't know if he's really in a position necessarily to not be on the team, but in terms of maybe not really having a strong grip on that third receiver spot, I think that could be a real thing with just how well Torrey Horton has been playing.
Correct me if I'm wrong quickly, but wasn't Torrey getting a lot of run with the ones yesterday as well?
He got some, yeah. I think he's mostly been with the second team, but yeah, I think that's a product of the fact that I think you are going to see him get a little bit more work with the ones because he's playing his way into that spot right now.
Awesome. All right.
Question number 2. Brock, yesterday we talked about the saying inside the Seahawks quarterback room, which was "listen to your feet." I'm asking you, who are the best quarterbacks in the game right now at being able to listen to their feet?
Well, it's not shocking, Brady, that those guys are also the most productive. Right at the top of that list is Joe Burrow. You mentioned the name Tom Brady yesterday, and Fox is having their seminar and their get-together, and all the guys are hanging out and seeing Tom in that environment last year and just listening to a lot of Tom as he's on podcasts and different environments now, coaching young guys. Like, he was the epitome of it. I mean, those feet ran like a 5.3 40 at the combine, but those feet in the pocket, they sang, and they were sweet, and they were on time. Someone asked me yesterday, one of my coaches at Valor said, what was Sam Darnold like when you were out at practice and you watch him? And I said, he runs on the field, and there's not a Russell Wilson presence. There's not even a Matt Hasselbeck presence. He's just a very normal guy. There's nothing like overwhelming in just his body, athleticism, movement, right? There's no like plus trait. But I'll tell you, he gets the ball out and he understands the game. And it's funny, and he's bigger than Dave Craig, but as we're celebrating the 50 years of Seahawks football and the legends and the greats, Dave Craig was another one of those guys. And you ask like Eric Kennedy, who's been around that building forever, Man, Dave Craig practicing, he would listen to those feet. His feet would sing, and that ball was out, and he was on time. And it was a lot of 7-step drops back in the day in the 80s and the 90s and Chuck Knox's system and everything else. But that dude, when he planted his foot, he knew where the ball was going, and it was on time, it was accurate, and he was an unbelievably productive player in the NFL for almost 2 decades. So Sam's bigger than that, has a little more physical presence than that, but I think Dave Craig showed you that if your feet can sing, your arm can follow, and you can be very, very productive. Question 3. Okay, I know a very vague, non-journalistic word right here in description, Brady. You love numbers, analysis. You're a journalist at heart, reporter at heart. So when I say things like, who are you feeling? You know, that's a Pete Carroll word. We just felt him, right? We feel his presence on the field. Are there any guys that we haven't mentioned yet over the last day and a half whose presence you're like, man, I got to mention this because I have felt him out on the practice field?
Yeah, well, when you texted the question, you mentioned coaches or players, and I sort of been thinking of coaching, the coaching staff on this, and I'll give you a couple names. One is Chris Partridge, who's their outside linebackers coach, and he's got and I think we've talked about John Benton, the offensive line coach. I think this is true of a lot of coaches on their staff where they got a different style to them than Pete Carroll's assistants did, and you wouldn't hear Pete Carroll's assistants like really get on guys and chew them out. And that's not to say that these guys now are drill sergeants or anything, but you do see and hear a lot like harder coaching where if somebody screws up, they're going to hear about it depending on the nature of the mistake. And Justin Hines is a very vocal, energetic, he's the defensive line coach. He's not afraid to get on guys. Chris Partridge, the outside linebackers coach, is the same way. I'll give you kind of a different style of coach that they've got is Jake Peets, who's their offensive passing game coordinator. I think, when I watch him, he's a high energy, high effort guy who he's just all over the place and he's constantly coaching. And he seems like a guy who sort of would have fit really well in that Pete Carroll coaching staff when it was all about energy and really trying to get those guys juiced up. Jake Peets, he's their offensive passing game coordinator. I know last year, his sort of role on game day, he kind of had an interesting role where he would sit right next to Ryan Grubb in the coach's booth, and he would sort of be Ryan Grubb's kind of eyes and ears, and he would be his right-hand man. He sees the defensive personnel, and he says, hey, this is the personnel. I think you're going to get quarters coverage here. And, and Ryan Grubb would sort of call his play based off of that information. So not quite sure what his role is going to be like on game day, but he's a very important part of this coaching staff, and he's a high-energy guy who, I mentioned with the music not being as loud as it was, you can really hear the coaching and you can see it, and he's a guy that you just cannot help but notice just because of the energy.
That's great stuff. That is Blue 88. We do it every day at 7:45. A little funky in training camp with players coming in and out at different times, so we've had to move it around. But I always love throwing some football stuff your way, Brady, and I love that answer as well. And you're right. You can actually hear them. The music is not so loud and blaring so loud that you could actually hear a little bit more of that constructive teaching and feedback and development, which is fun. Hey, Aaron Goldsmith, I told you all morning long we're going to juggle between the Seahawks and the Mariners and football and baseball. Goldie's going to join us in about 20 minutes or so. Great extended conversation with the voice of the Mariners. That is after we give you everything you need to know next right here on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7 24/7, 365 days a year because riders deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource riders can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is grand salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third grand slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him. He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, here's what you need to know first. After a little breather last night for the Mariners and an off day yesterday, a much-needed off day after an unbelievably long 17 games and 17-day kind of battle, the Mariners will get back to work with their longest homestand of the season, 3 versus the White Sox, 3 versus the Rays. It'll be Mr. Wu getting the ball tonight, and as you just kind of look at the pitching matchups over the next 3 days, it's Wu, it's Kirby, it's Logan Gilbert. You kind of get excited about what's to come, especially against a White Sox team that does not have that starting pitching arsenal. Around the league yesterday, though, Brady, kind of a bummer. The Astros take care of business against the Marlins. The Red Sox stay white hot. The Rangers come back and win in the bottom of the 10th versus the Yankees. And as we talked about earlier, man, this is a fun time of year. This is watching everybody else in the standings. This is watching everybody else in the race for both the pennant, for the American League West, for the wild card spots, and knowing your hometown 9 are right in that race.
It is a fun time. We also talked about yesterday just about how, when you and I were growing up, you're a little bit older than me, but I think it was the same thing where this town just gets captivated when there is a pennant race, and there is just nothing like it. The day in, day out, living and dying with every pitch. One game ends, you look forward to the next one. You know exactly who's on the mound every day, and it can be really fun. And but it can also be stressful. And it sounds like as much as the Mariners needed an off day yesterday, Brock, after 17 games in 17 days, sounds like Brock Heward, Lyle Goldstein might have needed an off day too.
Yeah, just managing a 162-game marathon is still a work in progress for yours truly. Maybe Lyle as well next.
Every game's a battle for you too. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. In a different way.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Oh, and it was a battlefield yesterday, Brady. A brouhaha. A battle royale on the football field as Derek Hall, he really grabbed Sam Darnold, and Gray didn't like it, and everybody got together. No, it was nothing like Frank Clark, and remember that some years ago?
I sure
that
do. Yep.
was a brouhaha. That was kind of nasty. Not this. This is, as you said earlier, just some emotion, just some maybe tempers flaring a little bit a couple weeks into camp. Boye Mafe asked yesterday in Mike McDonald's absence, Leslie Frazier, the old gray beard, is out there leading the charge, and Boye asked after practice, what was it like with Leslie, and how did he address the team afterwards?
Leslie was just, obviously we had coaches that had stuff to handle, and so we were just talking about what was basically what we were doing today, and that everything was okay, and making sure that no one was a ride, and making sure we were all in a good little headspace.
Yeah, it did get a little bit intense there with Derek Hall kind of taking exception, I think one of the offensive linemen taking exception to something that Derek Hall did, which just to my eye didn't seem like that big of a deal. But, we'll see what happens today. This is kind of what you get when team puts pads on, and before they get a chance to start hitting another team in the preseason, they kind of get tired of hitting each other. So we'll see if they're in pads today. Tomorrow is, I imagine, going to be a walkthrough ahead of that first preseason game on Thursday. So we'll see what today's practice looks like. We'll see who's out there as well. Mike McDonald, he missed yesterday for personal reasons. It sounds like he's going to be back today. I'm curious to see if Ken Walker is back in pads after missing, I think, 3 practices with some foot soreness. We saw they placed A.J. Finley on injured reserve yesterday, ending
What's
his
going on
season.
with Shaq Griffin as well, by the way? Is he?
Yeah, Shaq Griffin, he's been out since, I think, the first he was here. I think he practiced on the second day of camp, and he's been out since then. I think he's back home dealing with what sounds like some personal stuff as well. We haven't seen him. Of course, they brought him in to really compete for that number 3 cornerback job, and I'd say the contract they gave him suggested that he was the favorite to win that job. But he's been out for a week and a half or so, and Josh Jobe has been holding down that job.
Brady,
so we'll see what happens there.
Any speculation there, and you hate to speculate about any of these personal things, and I won't do it with Mike. I'll only do it with a veteran player because we've seen this in the past. Any speculation that this is, do I really want to do this? Because you get to this age and stage of the game with veteran players, and it's not uncommon that they kind of go for personal reasons and try to figure out, do I really want to be this far away, and do I really want to do this grind of the season? Any of that, or can we squash that?
No, I don't think that's it. I don't know exactly what's going on, but just based on my read on the situation, I don't think that's what it is. I think he's here to compete for that number 3 cornerback job.
Because they need him.
They do.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Last thing you need to know here quickly, the same question I'm going to ask Aaron Goldsmith in about 8 minutes. I asked Jeff Passan yesterday. Okay, Jeffrey, to my eye, this feels like the deepest Mariners team now after the trade deadline I can remember. What does Jeff Passan think? Here was his answer yesterday.
No. In fact, that is exactly what I wrote today. I think the important point is they're almost at full strength right now, too, right?
Yep.
Bryce Miller looked awesome in his last rehab start at Tacoma. And with Bryce Miller carving in his rehab assignment with a fastball tickling 98 miles per hour, and Victor Robles potentially back in September, the Mariners are 2 recalls away from having the scariest squad they've had since their resurgence started in 2021.
Maybe I should have phrased that better, because I asked him, can he remember a Mariners squad this deep, and that's why it was a definitive no. So, once again, put your Ebenezer's on, Heward, and read the freaking show sheet. That's what Maura's thinking, the little thought bubble in her head, but I'll just I'll take full responsibility for my idiocy. That's
I
what
framed
happens.
that wrong the first hour, too, so.
Did you?
I wanted that emphatic no in there because it, stands out.
great.
But if you don't remember the question, I did the same thing the first hour.
If you don't tee it up the right way. Yeah, that's
Brock, I got a quick random question for you. Did you
better be
ever
real
have?
quick.
Did you ever? Do you ever know how many miles per hour you could throw a football?
Kind of, yes. Yeah. Now, we didn't do that at the Combine back in my day, but years later. Oh gosh, this is a longer answer. Can we save this for 9 o'clock when we come back to a little bit of football? Let's do this a little bit at 9 because I got a little story behind that, and I love where your mind is going with it. So I'll answer that after I throw 7, 8, 10 tough questions, and hopefully Goldie's phone it doesn't dissipate on us, because the last 2 times he's been on, well, the first time created a really awkward moment. Second time was just kind of a bummer. I want to hear from Goldie, see what he's seeing from his optics with this baseball team, and whether he believes this is the deepest team they've had to make a run here over the final 49. We love having Goldie on. He'll be on with Brady and I next, right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
Nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets. If they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit GoPestPros.com to schedule a free inspection at GoPestPros.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Recruiting patients for clinical trials is a major challenge in medical research and often slows progress on new treatments, including Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. Dr. Ruby Graywood from the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation.
Clinical trials are vital to discovering ways to prevent, detect, and treat these diseases. Unfortunately, about 80% of trials run behind schedule because not enough people sign up. We need more people to get involved, especially from underrepresented communities, including people of color and older adults. These groups have some of the highest rates of chronic disease.
Crohn's and UC affect nearly 1 in 100 people in the U.S., and there's currently no cure. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation is working to raise awareness, expand access, and increase diverse participation in trials.
Clinical trials give patients a real way to shape the future of treatment. It's not just about their own care, it can help others too. Talking openly with your doctor can help you feel more confident about getting involved.
To learn more, visit the clinical trials community at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our leak armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I think the third time is going to be the charm, Goldie. Third time, we're not going to lose connection. Your phone's not going to drop, and Salk's not going to worry about you hanging up on me or anything like that. I think the third time is the charm. You feeling it this morning?
I don't like your tone that this is my fault all of a sudden.
No. It's a we. It's not a you. It's a we.
My phone's going to drop. Okay.
It's a we.
My phone, Brock, my phone didn't drop talking to anybody else over the last calendar year. Not one time.
No.
That's okay.
No,
all right.
no, I got it. No, it's a me problem. It's not, or it's a we. It's a we problem. It's just a connection kind of thing. Hey, Aaron Goldsmith, we love having you on, especially now, man. Right here in the midst of the final 49 games. I don't know how you look at a calendar, Goldie. All your years of doing this and just kind of your rhythm throughout a baseball season. But after an off day, we get to August. We're post trade deadline. Does it start to feel a little more urgent? The light at the end of the tunnel start to show up and appear at all here in early August?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I think the way the baseball calendar is set up, it really after you come out of the All-Star break, especially this year, it felt like the break was so late, so many games before the All-Star break. Once you come out of that week-long hibernation, it's pretty much pedal to the metal at that point for every team, especially with a deadline that approached so quickly after the All-Star break. So now that the Mariners now know what their team will look like for the rest of the season, I think it is the ultimate go time for the M's, especially where they are in the standings and trying to track down a really banged-up Astros team, obviously. So, yeah, it definitely feels like every game feels significantly more meaningful, even though we know it's not mathematically, but it feels like it is now compared to 2 months ago.
Aaron, I want to ask you about Eugenio Suarez, and I'll kind of relate the question to what I see every day out at Seahawks camp. And, they bring in a veteran guy like DeMarcus Lawrence, who's been in the NFL for 11 years, and you see him pulling guys off to the side, giving them, tips on their pass rush technique and whatnot. As it relates to Suarez, what do you think he can bring to this team? I mean, we all know what he can do on the field. We've seen it. But what can he do in that clubhouse? Like, what can a veteran like that bring to the table?
Well, the thing that makes Gino's veteran presence so unique is that it's already familiar in Seattle and familiar with so many of those guys in that clubhouse. And there's not a period, I'm sure you guys can speak to this better than I can, there's not a period of kind of feeling it out and getting to know guys and seeing kind of what you have to offer from an emotional standpoint, a leadership standpoint that kind of works here and works with the staff and works with the players. And well, sure, there are some guys who are here now in that clubhouse who were not here the first go around with Gino. I mean, by and large, it's the same cast of characters, same group of guys. And so for Gino, for him coming back, it's just an immediate fit. And it's an immediate plug and play and move in ready, so to speak, for Eugenio Suarez. So there's not a single team in baseball that doesn't want that kind of guy in their clubhouse. And what makes it so unique is that the Mariners already know what that looks like and feels like with Gino, because they've not only have they lived through it, they've lived through it into October in a playoff push, just like what they're doing right now, getting into the postseason like they hope to do this season. Like they've been there and done that with this guy, and that part of him certainly has not changed. So it's so rare at the deadline for any team to find the absolute perfect guy, the guy who they can get, they can acquire, they have the capital to actually bring into their organization, who fits what they need, in this case, offensively in the lineup, at a position defensively that they can manage to put a new face in, and that has the makeup and the personality that just seamlessly integrates with their organization. And the Mariners did that. They found the perfect guy. And I don't know how many teams in baseball at the deadline can say that they've actually been able to do that.
You all know the voice of Aaron Goldsmith, the voice of the Seattle Mariners. What year is this for you, Goldie, here in Seattle?
13.
Wow. 13th year. Have you ever sat on August the 5th and felt like this Mariners big league club was as deep as it is today on August 5th?
I don't think so. I assume you're talking about the lineup in particular. No, I think this is especially a top six, if you want to kind of focus in there, that it can really bang, man. Like that's a gauntlet of a top six. And we've seen what JP Crawford can do this year. Especially if he gets hot in the final couple of months or for part of the final couple of months, this could end up being arguably his best year. The only debate would be this year or 2 years ago for JP Crawford. And he's down there batting eighth on most days now, seventh or eighth. So I think you'd be hard pressed to find a deeper Mariners lineup in the last decade plus than what we're looking at right now for the Mariners. It's pretty remarkable, and I think the evidence of what it can do we saw on Sunday. Right, you have a top six that any one of them can hit it over the fence at any time, and that's exactly what the Mariners did. The game on Sunday was April baseball for the Mariners. It was draw a 2-out walk, hit a bomb. Draw a 2-out walk, hit a tank. And any one of those guys, especially in the top six, you can mark down as somebody who's a threat to leave the yard.
You know, we've had a lot of conversation with you over the course of the season, and I love listening to you and kind of the nuanced ways at times where maybe Dan made some decisions early in the year. They're like, that's outside the box just a little bit. Do you feel like through 100 and something games now that Dan also is settled into this role of knowing his team, knowing how he wants to play, knowing, in critical moments? And I can think really over the last month or so, a bunch of times managing the bullpen in a way where it was like, wow, like a blackjack hand. That worked, and that worked, and that kind of found a way to work. Do you feel like Dan is also settling in here as we get to the home drive of the season?
Yeah, for sure. And I think you would expect that to be the case, right? He's not a rookie manager. He did manage, a couple of months last year, but it's a whole nother deal when you are doing the whole thing for the first time through. You're going through the off season, through spring training, all the meetings, all the planning, your first opening day. We all get the point. Add to that, I don't think there's a more difficult time to manage, especially a bullpen, than April and into May. You don't know who's hot. You don't know who's right. You're trying to kind of figure out, well, okay, this guy ended September last year as one of our best relievers. Is he starting this year as one of our best relievers? Munoz company aside. And so you're kind of having to manage through that and learn who's right, who's not, who needs to get back on track, and who's ready for a more leveraged situation right now. And then as the season settles in and as the duration of the year starts to kick in, all of a sudden now the length of the schedule starts to play out, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, this guy is back to what we think he should be. And also, just the in-game strategy of it, we saw Dan in the Reds series stands out, which was in maybe early to mid-May, so relatively early in the season. Dan was more reluctant to pinch hit early-ish in games. And by early-ish, I mean more like 6th, 7th inning, when you had maybe a chance here to pop one over the fence and take the lead, or plug the gap and tie the game or take the lead. And he pretty quickly thereafter started going to his bench in those situations for pinch hit opportunities more aggressively. So he's kind of started to kind of feel his rhythm out and how he wants to game plan. So just like a young player, just like a Cole Young, as you see his growth from his call up until now, I think it's only right and fair to expect that the manager would be the same way. And it's not a surprise that that's exactly what's happened for Dan.
Let's talk about that bullpen that you just mentioned, Goldie. We heard from Jeff Passan that sounds like they made a pretty serious run at Joan Duran before the Phillies got him. What do you think about what they do have in their bullpen right now?
Yeah, I think for as much as the Mariners knocked it out of the park at the deadline, and it's tough to not give them an A for what they did, I don't think there's any doubt that the Mariners would have loved to have had another high leverage reliever, whether that's Munoz 2.0 or Brash 2.0, right? More of an 8th inning guy. But we have seen the fruits already of having a second lefty in Caleb Ferguson. The Mariners are in a spot where can they find a way to get Carlos Vargas back to the Carlos Vargas we saw in, I don't know what that was, back half of May, June, somewhere along that line. Because if you can find yourself with more than 4 guys that you really trust in a high leverage spot. And to Vargas' credit, by the way, I know he gave up the run on Sunday, but he worked multiple really big innings for the Mariners and kept it close, and it was able to bridge the gap to Munoz on a day where the Mariners were down 3 key relievers. But if you can have Munoz and Brash as your automatic back end, you know that you have Spire, who you can face righties with, but he's obviously a death march for a lefty, right? Bizzardo has kind of taken over into a leverage position for the Mariners these days, which has been nice to see. He is really, speaking of growth, I mean, he's grown a ton since the beginning of the season. Yeah. It's been pretty amazing. And that's what you need, right? You need a guy like that to pop. If you can find a way to kind of get Vargas back into that fold where you can have him pitching leverage innings in the 7th, if need be, the Mariners can have, a back four plus Ferguson who you can match up with a lefty and save Spire for a 7th inning lefty or an 8th inning lefty, as opposed to having to burn Spire in the 6th, right? I mean, that's why Ferguson's addition is so big for the Mariners.
What does an August off day for Goldie look like compared to an April or May off day? And maybe not just for Goldie. What about Gary? What about Ricky? What about the Mariners guys? Titus asked me that yesterday. He's like, what do the guys do on an August off day?
Gary is enjoying the clouds at Cannon Beach right now. So Gary's got a little time off, a little August time off. He's got 4 days off now with the off day yesterday. So forget that guy. Yesterday should have been a paddleboard day, but I did not time up our 90 minutes of sunlight to get that perfect. So I hung out a little bit with Hyphen yesterday. He had the Brian Wu pitching camp in Bellevue. So I took my oldest over there. So my 10-year-old's now throwing 96 with a low slot, which is pretty sick.
Love that.
Love it. Thank you, Hyphen. Thank you, Brian Wu, as well. No Costco yesterday. Cleaned the garage a little bit. Okay. Mowed the yard. Did a double mow in the backyard. It was so long from the baseball schedule making me ignore it, so I had to mow it once, then drop the deck and mow it twice. I don't know who else has been there this summer. Yeah, boy. So lawn's looking amazing.
So you're telling me that Hyphen on Brian Wu's off day before he's going to start pulls Wu out to his camp? How selfish of Hyphen to do? Like, take care of your camp yourself. Let Wu have an off day before he's got to go take the ball today. What's up with that?
I was thinking, I was like, man, Brian's got to be a little tired, right? 17 in a row, and then you're coming out here. And then I thought, I remember we had a shot of the dugout on Sunday, and Brian was just like chilling with his sunglasses on, spitting seeds.
True.
True. Maybe Brian's okay.
Yeah, a little different for pitchers. Yeah, probably.
Maybe Brian's okay. So.
Hey, one thing I love, and Aaron Goldsmith here with us for a few more minutes. One thing I love about you is digging into the numbers the way that you guys all do. You and Rick and Gary, the whole crew do an awesome job with that. Is you've dug into the numbers. Can you help me understand in any way? And maybe it's just baseball, Goldie, but can you help me understand how and why this club has been so good against winning teams, dominant pitchers, ace pitchers, and then I think finds itself right about 500 against these sub 500 teams, beginning with the White Sox tonight? Can you make any sense of that at all?
No, I cannot. Yeah. And I don't think there's a set of numbers that can explain that. And it might just be, I learned a long time ago that sometimes in baseball, things just are what they are, and there's not a reason for it. Like because we have so many ways to quantify things in this game, we often try to search every nook and cranny to explain a reason for why. Yep. And I've looked really dumb over the years trying to present a case for something that just is, and there isn't evidence for a reason why. Maybe it's a psychological thing, maybe it's not. Like maybe it just is what it is. And I mean, the glass half full is the Mariners have played really well against winning teams, obviously. And I mean, I would answer your question with a question of last year. Like, why did the Mariners, do you remember this stretch of time for the M's where they would get shut out or held to a run for 7 innings? And then when Ryan Presley and Josh Hader would pitch, they'd score 3 runs and win the game.
Right.
Like, right. I don't know. The Mariners for a long stretch last year were the worst team in baseball, like the worst by average on base slug in low leverage situations, and we're the best team. I mean, the best team in high leverage situations. And I don't know. I don't know if you can explain it. It just is.
So as much as we know Gino, and to your answer earlier with Brady about, the neat thing here is, hey man, there is tremendous familiarity. We are all learning Josh Naylor. And the Mariners competed against him. The guys know him. Certainly guys on the field have grinded against him through the minors and into the majors and everything else. What are you getting to know about that new addition at first base?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we've had a chance to talk with him twice. He's held 2 media sessions, one when he first arrived and the other before his home debut on this homestand. And it's really interesting talking to him because we all know how he comes across of just like stone cold killer, man. Like no emotion, no smile, just staring through you, daggers. Just, I want to win. I want to eat you for lunch type of guy. And then when you start asking him some questions, he is remarkably thoughtful. And yet, kind of like our last discussion here, if he doesn't have an answer for something, he'll just tell you. Like, he's not going to try to make something up to try to make himself sound smart. Like, there is a lot of Zach Greinke to him. Like, I asked him before his home debut, I said, have you ever, in this brief period of time, a week with the ball club, even as an established veteran who's had great success in this game, have you found yourself yet maybe trying to extend too much, do too much, swing too hard? Because, like, you know the stakes here. You know that they went out and got you for a reason. Like, have you found yourself feeling that way at all? And he said, no, I know that if I do good, then that's great. And if I do bad, then I'll just come back tomorrow and try to do good again. That was it. That was the answer. Yep. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I get that, man. Like, you've had a million at-bats in the big leagues, and you know the luck, the circumstance of each one of them, right? And like you're going to ground out, you're going to pop up, you're going to fly out to the warning track, and you're also going to hit home runs, and it's all part of the bag. And you just got to wake up tomorrow and do it again. So he's a remarkably thoughtful player. And when we heard Mark Kotze talk about this, we heard Dan Wilson talk about this. We heard the Mariners in their scouting of him and talking to other people around baseball. They all have said the same thing. They've all said really smart player. And he comes across that way, both when you talk to him and also when you watch him play.
You know what? I love that, too, about these additions, because Gino's, right, the fun-loving, good vibes, everybody loves him. And then, you know what? A little fun, healthy, not even friction, but just like intensity. Just the yin and the yang between the first and the third. And, oh, gosh, it's just, I think, a tremendous mix. Hey, last couple minutes here. Just how do you – and I know baseball always has a way of just working itself out. But how do you see this working with Bryce Miller? Had an unbelievable outing, as Passan said, touched 98 down in Tacoma over the weekend, threw just strike after strike after strike. He said he felt great afterwards. How can you kind of lay out his return in the next, week? Do you have any rumblings about that at all?
Well, there's no doubt that, the Mariners will insert him back into the rotation as soon as possible, right? Mm-hmm. This was a guy who was one of truly the most dominant starting pitchers in the second half of last season, and not just the second half. He was just one of the best starting pitchers in baseball last year. The question will be, like, how does it feel, right? Mm-hmm. How does your elbow feel? Is the pain gone enough? Do you have life on the ball? Do you have command of the ball? Do you look like Bryce Miller again? So it's like, what does it look like, and how does it feel? Those are the questions, right?
Yeah. You would expect him back before Robles, right? Robles still 100%. Weeks away? Yeah.
Yeah, Robles is from all estimation, and understandably so, I think the Mariners are kind of hesitant to put an exact day and hour on it, but September. Yeah. Could that be September 1st? Could it be September 30th? I don't know, but September. Somewhere in between, more than likely. But for Bryce, like, everything that they will do to make him a starting pitcher again this season, they will do. If that can't happen for any of the reasons we just described, how it looks or how it feels, and trying to go 5, 6, 7 innings isn't in the cards, my guess would be he'd be a pretty darn good reliever for an inning.
Yes.
A couple of times a week, and that makes your bullpen better. So their number one goal is, how can we have Bryce Miller impact a Mariners game? Preferably, strongly prefer that to be in the rotation, and if not, can we make that work for a month and change, almost 2 months out of the bullpen? But it'll be the priority is without a doubt to get him back in the starting mix.
You want a quick little story for the final minute here? As you were,
do you have a quick story?
Most of them are long, you know that, but I think I think I could do it in a minute. You were talking about Naylor and asking him questions, and when he doesn't want to give you or he doesn't have anything, it's just like, sorry, like, nope, that's it, and no soup for you, right? So this last year we did the Huskies, and Benetti, super creative guy, trying to, and this was late in the year versus Iowa, and he's trying to get Steve Belichick, who really does not like to talk at all. His father, Bill, talks zero. Steve talks less than zero. And he really thought he had a good angle to talk about lacrosse because Steve was a great lacrosse player. And he literally, we're in the meeting in Iowa City, sitting across the table, and Benetti just in his beautiful way trying to tee it up and set it up just like you do with amazing voice. And, you play lacrosse. So which of the Husky defenders would be great lacrosse players? And Belichick just looked at him like, boo? Well, like just your safety or your corner and just the reflexes. If you had to take one of your guys to play, and literally it was like caveman, like it just would not, and just absolutely no go. There is no chance, no way, no how you're going to shape the question in any way to get any kind of answer from Mr. Belichick. And Naylor's not quite that way, but he got nothing for you. You got nothing for you, right?
Yeah, he'll just tell you, which is a beautiful thing.
It sure
But
is.
then on the same token, I asked him about why he's getting on base more this year and slugging less, and he gave me a 5-minute answer about how Chase Field plays, and he found that he could swing at certain pitches in certain locations and work them for doubles instead of home runs. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's
a nuanced part of this game, right? It's so
great
fun.
conversation to have.
So fun. So are you. And by the way, I'm so glad our end held up to your end this time.
Hey, I'm right there. I think some Lyle Mora magic made this happen. Brock.
I think it portends to some good things down the stretch here, Goldie.
Okay, let's do it again, Brock. Let's go, Brock. Let's go, Brock.
Okay, there he is. Aaron Goldsmith, save those vocal cords. You're going to need them for some home run calls, hopefully, tonight, Goldie. We appreciate you. Love it every time you pop on with us, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, great talking to you guys. We'll see you.
There he goes, the voice of Aaron Goldsmith. Brady, I'd love to react to a couple things there. You posed an awesome question that I said we will answer at 9 o'clock. I will attempt to do that next. We're going to spin around the NFL. It is quite a little Tuesday morning right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man. How many did you have in your career? 3. How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands. Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Keep your summer fun going in a new Toyota RAV4, America's best-selling SUV. Now through September 2nd, get 3.99 APR financing on a new gas-powered 25 RAV4. Excludes hybrids. Or lease a RAV4 LE with all-wheel drive for $299 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Whether you're building a high-rise or hosting a family reunion, you need things to run smooth and clean. That's where Honey Bucket comes in. They deliver top-tier portable restrooms, hand-washing stations, storage containers, fencing, and much more for construction sites and special events of all sizes. Just ask Cal Raleigh, Big Dumper himself. He knows a clean setup when he sees one. Honey Bucket, trusted by pros, preferred by party planners. Call today or visit honeybucket.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawks blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith-Njigba, Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hitting it. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropping back to pass in the end zone to Largent. Touchdown, Seahawks!
History lives in every thread. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/ProShop.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Ewart. And Brooke Ewart.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Goldie's always fun, Brady. The year I got to spend with Goldie, I think we did 4 or 5 football games. Just had an absolute blast. And, you know, one of those guys, kind of like Jason Benetti, and I think the baseball guys do this, that just have the ability to bring people together. And Goldie's such a fun wit and personality and some great insights as well. So that was a blast. And I want to get back to your question you asked him about Suarez. Because, again, as we kind of juggle a little football and baseball, I think there's something in that building that is a little bit comparable, different, but a little bit comparable. So you asked me earlier in the show, have I ever been measured throwing a football for, miles per hour?
Yeah. You ever got a radar gun on your arm?
So some seasons ago, this was when I was at ESPN. This is probably 10 years ago. The University of Tennessee had this quarterback with a rocket arm. He had a cup of coffee in the NFL, just kind of couldn't stay healthy, but he could really zing a football. And I said to our producer at the time, Zaroli, I said, man, let's just do something different. Right? I just always, kind of like for radio and TV, I don't know, man, just my left-handedness, I guess. Let's just try to create different content. I said, can we bring Jugs, the gun out and measure this guy and do so in a way that's not really been done for football, because we see it obviously in baseball. Can we do it for football? And he's like, well, let me see what I can do. And he chatted with the ESPN baseball people, and we ended up getting a few of them. He's like, now we got to calibrate it. So that means the day before, old lefty, you better loosen that arm up, because if we're going to do this, we're going to have people on the field and, going to try to measure, like, what's the best way to do it? Is it a hitch route? Is it a go route? Is it a post route? How can they actually do that, right, during a game? Really difficult to do. So your boy threw, 300 footballs the day before the game. Like, my arm was not in that kind of shape. But I would say I was 50, 55, 56 miles per hour. This kid was close to 60. The Vanderbilt QBs were in the low 50s in pregame. So that was kind of the gauge that I had. You asked that, were the guns out yesterday for the QBs?
No, I was just wondering, because that was totally based off of Jeff Passan telling us that what was it? Bryce Miller was tickling something in the 90s.
98.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you were tickling with the football.
Yeah, they do that with the guys now at the combine. I think it's kind of cool. They throw it as hard as they can into the pad, and I think homeboy from Tennessee that was in New England that got traded to Dallas threw it. Milton threw it 62 or something crazy. So anything for a football around 60 miles an hour is not real fun for a receiver to catch. Yeah. I'll just put it
Who in the NFL do you think is hitting the highest miles per hour right now?
I mean, Mahomes can still tickle 98. If this was a baseball conversation, Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford's obviously back is blown up, but yeah, I think an Allen is way, way up there as well. Milton, way up there. But again, there's kind of unlike baseball where you want to do that, in football there's a fine line, because receivers want to catch a ball on the other side, right? And just laser beams and rockets and no touch and a real hard ball is not always the most fun for those guys to catch. So there's a little football. Here's a little more football. You asked Mr. Goldsmith about Geno Suarez and a vet coming back to the team, and in a little different scenario than we see in the NFL. Although Drew Lock, by the way, Brady, coming back, I've heard kind of the same rumblings. The guys there love him. QB room is fantastic. Like, it's nice to have someone like a Geno, like a Drew, that's just a great teammate that people really love being around. The guys don't know DeMarcus Lawrence in the same way, but I kind of put Demo and maybe Josh Naylor in very much the same camp, because everything we're hearing behind the scenes, and we heard it from Byron Murphy this morning, we heard it from Derek Hall, you hear from Boye Mafe, you hear consistently about this influence of DeMarcus Lawrence to this room. Here was second-year player Byron Murphy just with us this morning talking about Demo.
Man, D-Law, special guy, man. He's crazy. He's wired different. He's wired completely different. But, man, I feel like a guy like that in our room, that's what we need. He's a guy. He's a leader. He keep us going. He always positive. And he always, putting this. He's just always leading us in the right direction. He's being that vet, that savvy vet he is. 12 years in the game. So, man, just having him in the room, it's an honor to be in the room with him and to play with him, but just to soak up all the knowledge from him. Like, he always giving us young guys, just little nuggets and, just little things, for us to be successful on the field.
Not Demo, D-Law, by the way. D-Law, not D-Law.
Yeah,
he plays for the Mariners. D-Law. Wire different, huh? Brady, what's that mean?
I think he's wired different in terms of just the edge that he brings, and just that it's not just about sort of the mentorship and the experience. This guy is a dog, and when you talk about guys that have that dog in him, DeMarcus Lawrence, he's just been that way. He's always had an edge. He's not the biggest guy, but he played defensive end for 11 years in Dallas with kind of an outside linebacker type build. This guy just plays really big. He's physical. He's rugged. And I think he's an enforcer. And you just sort of see a little bit of that at practice where, they're in the one-on-one pass rush drill that you love so much the other day, Brock, and some guys are jumping off sides. And he said, he's kind of barking at the coaches saying, if these guys aren't ready for the rep, then get them out of here, get someone else in here. So a guy who just does not really have time for nonsense, it seems like. And he's an enforcer, and he's really going to set a strong edge for the team. And that's why they're excited about, just as I've mentioned, kind of the upgrade that he is in that regard over Draymond Jones.
I know you got some stuff on Murphy here as well, so we'll dig back into that. But it's funny, Brady, yesterday you were talking about Micah Parsons. I think I asked you in Blue 88. And I think you and I are on the same page. Like, it just doesn't feel – it feels like a non-starter for the Seahawks, right? Just the amount of capital, then the amount of loot and everything else. And I'd say this too, like DeMarcus Lawrence has an edge. He's wired different. They were in full pads when we were out there, and he's wearing his sweatpants because he can, because he's a 12-year player, right, who's got pelts on the wall, who plays with an amazing motor. But there's a difference between that edge, and it's a fine line, and noise. Right? Colin Cowherd always would use that term, noisy. Micah Parsons, noisy. Some of these guys that have been around here, a little noisy. No longer here. Like that DK Metcalf, pretty noisy kind of dude. And there's a fine, fine line between playing right on that edge of being a dog and being willing to just call dudes out and being willing to push the level of intensity to being uncomfortable versus making then a lot of noise off the field. Because if you remember, D-Law and Micah Parsons, I believe, had a nice little kerfuffle, true kerfuffle in the social media realms and off the field, because D-Law wired not necessarily in that noisy way, but very edgy way. That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense. And, he's got his podcast. And, look, there's nothing against people who have podcasts. There's a lot of great podcasts out there. But to your point, it's sort of like – you do get a lot of just kind of extra stuff with him. You got some of that in a different way. I think you got it with DK Metcalf. And I think that you talk about being a fine line with that edge. I think the same thing applied with DK Metcalf on the field. I mean, there's times where he definitely hurt them with just some of the unselfishness. I think there was also times where that physical style really set a tone for them. But, back to Parsons, the thing that gets mentioned a lot, because everybody wants to connect the dots and think that he could be a possibility in Seattle. The thing that gets mentioned a lot is the Ed and Dirty connection. And, of course, Ed and Dirty knows him. Let me ask you this, Brock. Now, actually, you might not be a great person to ask this question because you're a saint and you love everybody and everybody loves you. But for the listeners out there, okay, everybody that you've worked with in the past, would you sign up to work with them again? Does working with someone in the past necessarily mean that you like them? I don't think so. And so
Nope.
I kind of wonder if, and Dirty knows him, and she knows just as well as anybody how amazing of a player Micah Parsons is.
Yeah.
I think he also might know as well as anybody that Micah Parsons would bring some headaches. And look, there is zero doubt that Micah Parsons would be a fantastic addition in terms of a football player to this team's edge or any team's defense. Yeah. But when you factor in the price, both in terms of a $5 million per year extension, and then all the draft capital you'd have to give up, it would be a lot for a guy who is going to bring some headaches. And I just don't think that this team has an appetite for dealing with any headaches right now.
Yeah, just individually, players walk that line, that edge, right? That fine line between being edgy and then being noisy, just like I think teams do. And why D-Law is feeling like it's such an important addition, because you can't have 53 choir boys. You just can't. You have to have those guys that have that dog. I think Derek Hall got some of that. D-Law got some of that. Jaron still got some of that, right? You definitely on this roster still have and still need those kind of guys that ramp that thing to a maximum RPM. We're going to give you everything you need to know. We'll spin around the NFL. I've been sitting on this Pete Carroll sound for 2 days from a team or a kind of a lecture that he gave in the team room that was about as good as it gets. So much still to do. Brady in here as we're cruising along on a Tuesday morning. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, on this Tuesday morning, do you find yourself a little stressed and confused about your insurance? Are your premiums coming due? And you're looking at them going, why in the world are my rates going up and up and up? Do you even know what you have covered? If the dynamics maybe in your life changed a little bit and you need more coverage and you don't know where to go, well, you need to reach out to my friends at First Mark Insurance and take the First Mark Insurance Challenge, just like Molly and I did years ago. And not only has it saved us a ton of money over the last couple years, we've got exactly the right carrier for our family and our family's needs. Here's how they do it. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you, like they did for us, my parents, many of my friends. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, they can go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've got connective tissue with to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. And did I mention it's totally free? They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a day longer. Every First Mark Challenge victory person I talk to says the same thing. I wish I would have made the call earlier. Wish I would have reached out earlier. Well, make your earlier today. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com for more.
It's back to school time again, and parents are pretty stressed out.
Can you blame us? The supply list, the sign-ups, the scheduling.
At least haircuts are easy at Great Clips.
It's true. With the Great Clips app, I checked him in before we left home, so we were in and out in no time.
I got a great haircut, and Mom got to check something off the to-do list. She really loves that.
Back to school can be a lot, but haircuts are easy at Great Clips. Download the app today.
Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful. when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The Ichiro Hall of Fame festivities at T-Mobile Park are officially on deck. Score a Hall of Fame Funko Pop tonight through Thursday and other great giveaways like Ichiro jerseys this Friday and replica plaques on Sunday. Plus, limited tickets remain for his number retirement ceremony on Saturday. Grab your seats at mariners.com.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, here's what you need to know after a day where Aaron Goldsmith mowed his backyard twice. That's 17 games in 17 days. Brady didn't allow him to get out there. So on his off day, no paddle boarding, just a lot of yard work. Brian Wu, we understand, was over there with Hyphen at Hyphen's pitching camp, which is pretty cool. And Brian will get the ball tonight to begin a 3-game set with the White Sox. You know, I asked Goldie Brady about, played so good against upper echelon teams, about middling, versus these 500 teams. The White Sox aren't even that. They're well below 500. Hopefully the boys can put it together tonight because, the Astros got it done yesterday. The Red Sox stay red hot. The Rangers walk it off in the bottom of the 10th versus the New York Yankees yesterday. So a 3-game set where we'll see Brian Wu, George Kirby, Logan Gilbert. That sounds good. And let's hope Mr. Wu can start the thing off with a bang tonight.
Yeah, I like what he talked about when you asked him about that, why that is. And he said, look, sometimes in sports, things don't really have a great explanation, and that's just one of those things. Sometimes the ball bounces a funny way. Sometimes the football, when you're trying to throw it with that nice C that you were telling me about, Brock, that C, sometimes it just comes off your hand funny. Sometimes you shank a shot on the golf course. Stuff happens. We as reporters, we love to try to dig into it and find the why, but sometimes it's just there is no real why.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, more than likely, today will be the last intense day of the week for the Seahawks. Emotions were flying yesterday, got ramped up. Offense had a good day. A little kerfuffle there, which is always good. Couple weeks into camp. They'll get after it today, a walkthrough tomorrow, and then the Raiders in Thursday. Off day Friday. And Brady, I'm just looking at this calendar, man. It starts to really, really fly by. Remember, as a player, putting this thing up in my dorm room over there in Cheney and just Xing out the days. And time does fly when you're having fun, and it sounds like the boys are having fun. One guy that also quietly is off to a good start in camp, and we've not talked about you and I the last 2 days. Salk and I have hardly mentioned the name Reek Woolen, but he jumped on with Bob and Wyman yesterday and just kind of talked about where he's at in the fit here in the second year of Mike McDonald's defense. A thoughtful Reek Woolen had this to say to the boys yesterday.
Feels good to, be in this defense and, us being in the second year in this defense, it feels real comfortable just because you know what to do, the assignments, what different techniques to play, what different tools and inside the coverages we can play as well. And it also helps us play faster, and it showed towards the end of the season once guys started to gel in together, then our defense became one of the best defenses in the league. And now it's just time to show the whole league that it wasn't no BS, that we is one of the best defense in the league, and we got the players to do it.
Individually and collectively, Brady, there is so much good to great conversation. The old Jim Collins business book. How do you go from good to great? A lot of these guys have been good. Reek has been good, K9's been good, Cross has been good, Abe has been good. They've been good in stretches. How do you become great? And I think it's the same thing for this defense, as he said. You've been good, top 10 defense. How do you become elite and great? Don't you think that Riq Woolen being a lockdown, shutdown, Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber corner would go a long ways in doing so?
Yeah, I think so, and doing that consistently. You talk about going from good to great. We've seen flashes of greatness from Riq Woolen, a lot of them during that rookie season when I think he finished tied for the NFL interceptions as a rookie 5th-round pick who was supposed to be a project. And so the talent is there, and I think you're really going to get the best version of Riq Woolen this season, the most consistently focused, locked in, because he's playing for a new contract next year. And look, I'm pulling up the the top 10 highest paid cornerbacks in the NFL. Look, number 10 is at $19.4 million per year, Brock. So a big season from Riq Woolen where he looks like that guy that he can be. Well, all of a sudden he's looking at a contract worth $20 million per year, probably as a starting point. Okay, so this guy has all sorts of reasons to be at his best, and I think you're going to see the best, most locked-in version of Riq Woolen this season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brady, we're going to spin around the NFL. I got some really ridiculous sound, fun sound, thoughtful sound. We'll do all of that. Hopefully answer some questions, too. So we do answer the question jerk every day to end the show on Tuesdays. So you got a question, 866-979-3776. You can fire at me and Brady's way. But before we spin around the NFL, you see this little contract down in L.A. that just popped up on the wire? Speaking of guys incentivized to get something done, you could talk about Riq Woolen. We could talk about Kobe Bryant. You could talk about Boye Mafe. I think you also talk about Ken Walker, do you not? Because I'm sure he woke up this morning, or if he's on his phone right now, seeing Kyren Williams, running back, L.A. Rams, 3 years, $33 million extension. Does that smell about right for a K9 if he is up to snuff?
Yeah, I don't think that's all that far off. I mean, if the Seahawks were to do a deal with Ken Walker, you probably would be looking somewhere in that territory. Again, I haven't gotten the sense, and I think Ken Walker even told us the other day that, to his knowledge, there haven't really been any conversations. And so he's kind of in a similar situation as I think a lot of those guys from that 2022 draft class who are now eligible for extensions. I think, some of those guys, at least in the team's eyes, still have something to prove, and they're sort of going to be in wait-and-see mode. I think that, the big question with Ken Walker is, can he consistently do it? Can he stay healthy? Kyren Williams, I think Ken Walker's counterpoint to that would be, well, Kyren Williams has played in 38 games over his career. He missed, 7 games as a rookie, 5 games his second season. So Kyren Williams is also a guy who has battled some injuries, but he's also had quite a bit of production, including 14 touchdowns last year, 12 the year before. So, but yeah, if you're Ken Walker III, you're definitely looking at that contract as maybe what you could be looking for next year on the open market.
That is everything you need to know. I'll just say this too, a little deal yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, Brady, between the Raiders sending a cornerback, a young cornerback, to the Eagles for a defensive tackle. This is kind of also the time now, and first 2 weeks go by, you figure out what your team is. All your pro personnel scouts are figuring out what other teams are. Where's an area of need? You continue to mention the edge, with Uchenna being out. So you see a deal get done yesterday. This would kind of be the time over the next week or so, hopefully, because you're going to want to bring somebody in. So is there somebody, you mentioned Jadeveon Clowney, he's on the streets, but if you were to trade for somebody, is there someone with some familiarity? Is there something in Baltimore? Just kind of over the week or the next 2 weeks ahead, just kind of keep an eye on that because we do see that happen in training camp as well. All right, answer the question. We'll try to do some of that at the end. I got so much around the NFL, so much great sound, some ridiculous, some thoughtful, some fun. It is NFL training camp time, and it brings about, lots of news and lots of sound. We'll dig into all of it. Brady will for one more segment as he fills in for Salk. He'll be back tomorrow right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness! What a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks a tackle. Touchdown! Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. Wayscar4.com.
Do you find yourself searching the medicine cabinet for pills and sprays during allergy season? How about having to buy one more medication when the season hits? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I got a couple answer the question jerks here from a 360, from a 206. One of them golf related, Brady. I know you'll enjoy that. If you got anything for Brady and I that you want to ask, you know that we love crazy, so you can text that in to 866-979-3776. But I promised a little around the NFL. If we got Brady Henderson in, Lyle, I don't know if you got that good little NFL music you can give me as we spin around the NFL and the whole bunch of going on all over the place, coast to coast. All right, Brady, I'm going to give you a really thoughtful sound from Pete Carroll. And it turns out it was a few years old, by the way. Your eyes didn't deceive you. Pete looked a little younger in the video that went viral over the weekend. But it's such cool, thoughtful sound on what it means to coach and everything else. Let me give you the other side of this. Let me give you Chargers lineman Joe Alt and Trey Pipkins. And you'll even hear quarterback Justin Herbert, I think, weighing in. If you ever wonder, what are these guys talking about on the sidelines? What are they talking about in training camp? Are they talking about the deuce and tray calls? Are they talking about the combo blocks? Are they talking about blitz pickup? Are they talking football over there? Is there just, immersed in deep conversation? Or are they talking about grilled cheese and tomato soup? Here's the three of them.
Did you know there's parts of the country that don't do tomato soup with grilled cheese?
That's probably true about a lot of places. We're just weird and have some crazy combos.
I feel like grilled cheese and tomato soup is elite.
Well, don't they not, they don't put cheese on pizzas in Italy, right? Isn't it just the sauce?
We're talking about our country. Yeah, in the United States. So I'm not talking about other countries.
No, I understand that.
Then why'd you bring up Italy?
Because I'm saying we put cheese on our pizza, they don't.
I'm pretty sure you can put cheese pizza on the argument.
But
the argument was parts of our country do different things, and then all of a sudden you bring it to Italy.
Oh, you're saying inside of our own country?
Yes, that's what we're saying. Or at least I feel like I've seen that on Instagram.
Well, then what are they eating grilled cheese with? It'd be crazy if you're just eating a grilled cheese. Imagine just eating a grilled cheese.
That's what they do, I guess. I don't know.
Is that true, Brock?
Oh,
they don't put cheese on pizza in Italy?
I had pizza with cheese when I was in Italy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah. You hear Herbert come in with that dig like a quarterback does?
What are you doing?
said in this country, not Italy, you doofus. I just love the sound of that. And I think Taylor Lewan tweeted it, and he was like, these are the things that you miss about the NFL. As ridiculous as that sounds, and you know this, Brady, for me being in the building, when we talked about you drinking Cobra blood and everything else, right? It's those things. That's the secret. It's crazy. Like, that's the secret sauce of camaraderie and fun and being able to have the most ridiculous conversations right in the midst of battle. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was fun. And I maybe I'm just too cynical. Look, I know that they're not always talking about football like 24/7, so I figured not all of it was X's and O's. It was more wholesome than I just pictured these conversations in my head.
It's why I love linemen. And I've always loved linemen. And I think my broadcasts have always been tuned into linemen. It's what I say every day to our high school football team. And thankfully, we're built at the line of scrimmage with some amazing players. And I think some guys that will play pro football one day. that are offensive linemen. They are the most hilarious, the most diverse, and oftentimes a lot of radio gold comes from those guys. Speaking of which, this is pretty good, man. This was all over the place over the weekend. It made it kind of feel like it was with the Raiders, with Pete Carroll here, but it was actually him talking to young people. And this was from some years ago. For some reason, like things do, they go viral, and why they go viral, and when they go viral, well, it's like the Mariners, beating good teams and losing to 500 teams. Who knows? That's just the way it goes with viral moments. But this was awesome, thoughtful sound. So if tomato soup and grilled cheese is on one end of it, Brady, here's Coach Carroll on the other end of it, asked in cut number 9 here, just about coaching and comparing different styles of leadership.
Let's go to Belichick, okay? Okay, let's just start off with this one. That back in the day, you can picture what it's like when an army brings in a bunch of grunts for the first day and they show up on the scene. All the civilian guys, and they get off the bus and they what do they do to them? What happens to those guys? The first thing, the people start yelling at them, right? They start yelling at them. They start berating them immediately, and they get their clothes off. They put them in all the same clothes. Do they cut their hair? Yes. Shave the hair, make them all look exactly the same, and just rip their ass until they just break them down, and the guys just said, okay, I give up. Whatever you want me to do. That's the extreme illustration of authoritarian, coercive way of teaching and leading a group. It's the most famous, the most successful way in history. It's the one that people understand the best. You beat people down, make them scared, just do what I tell you, don't do anything else, don't take any chances, just do what I tell you to do, and then that leader can count on what you can do. Okay, that, to me, that's the extreme authoritarian way of teaching. That ain't the way we teach.
Nope, and he went on further in cut number 11, and I do love this, and I think this speaks to the day and age that these guys are coaching in today. Coach Carroll talking, there's that one style, and then there's the ability to build individuals up in cut number 10.
We're trying to celebrate the individual with extraordinary commitment to practice. Practice is everything to us. We work our guys' ass off. They work hard, they work fast, they compete, they battle every day, but they're having a good time doing it because they know that we're supporting and celebrating who they are and empowering them to find their very best. That's the other end of the spectrum. Does that make sense? Popovich is in the middle somewhere, okay? And who's the other one you asked? Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson's kind of more, we're kind of over here, me and Phil, kind of over here a little bit more, And then Bobby Knight's way the hell down here.
Yeah, and there's all different styles. What's funny is I listen to that now, especially following that Charger sound. You know who else is right in the middle, surprisingly so, Brady?
Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
And you know what? Jim Harbaugh really got maybe a little more to that middle with some real adversity at Michigan. He had bottom there. They nearly fired him. They restructured his contract. And I think you talk to a lot of people around Jim. I know that Joel Klatt has said this repeatedly on our air, that kind of valley that you're in teaches you and really helped formulate. He was always a players guy. He always celebrated players. He always put players, remember, awkwardly in front of, like at the Orange Bowl. Here, don't talk to me. Talk to Christian McCaffrey. Talk to Andrew Luck. It's not about me. It's about the players. But that adversity really solidified it, and he does an incredible job. And I think Mike McDonald is kind of right there, too. Is a disciple of that Harbaugh, John, and Jim, and Jack, and the Harbaugh way of like, no, man, it is about the players, but we're going to do it in a way that we practice really, really hard as well.
Yeah, and, what Pete Carroll was talking about there in terms of, like, coaches sort of being like drill sergeants or Army, leaders where it's just yelling and screaming. I think in the NFL, it's always taken a certain type of coach to have the cachet to pull that off. And I just wonder, Brock, and you could speak on this a lot better than I could, is that going to be harder and harder to do when players are coming into the NFL? And like the world of NIL is that if you don't like a situation you're in college, well, you can enter the transfer portal and you can leave. And I wonder if that makes it harder on college coaches to really coach guys hard, knowing that, hey, if I rub this guy the wrong 100%. Way, he's out the door. And if players are coming into the NFL a lot more sensitive to that style of coaching, is it going to be harder for NFL coaches to coach them that way?
I think that's a great point too. Yeah, I think that's absolutely astute and worth watching. The difference is you've got a binding contract in the NFL, right? Like your 3-year deal, your 4-year deal, like this is what it is, and that contract is what it is. You can try to fight it, Micah. You can try to fight it, Trey. You can try to fight it, all these guys. And ultimately, in the final year, you do get paid, but makes it a little easier to lead at the NFL level. It also, when I listen to that, Brady reinforces how much Mike Macdonald's working on himself to present, to teach, to equip. Knowing where his greatest gifts are as a play caller and a schemer and his genius there that we hear all the time, and that, to grow as the CEO, to grow as the leader, to grow in command and voice and presence in public with my team, all things that he's working on. And again, that anecdote he shared with us on Thursday about being taught and being judged and being graded and being shaped is all, it's all really, really cool stuff. A bunch of good answer the question jerk questions are piling in here, so I want to get to that in just a minute or two. This is pretty high praise for a former Coug. This was Brian Callahan, and I've started to hear rumblings about this, and I got to say, some of the practice video looks pretty good as well. Here is Brian Callahan, Titans head coach, talking about former Coug Cam Ward, and a pretty cool comparison for Cam.
My favorite part about it is I see some similarities in their ability to process information, and so it's been fun to sort of compare and contrast where those guys have felt really comfortable and then where maybe they have some things that aren't quite as easy for them as you would want it to be to start. It's been a cool process for me in general just to be able to reflect back on that and then see where Cam's at now. I think it's going to be fun to compare as we keep going.
And back to your transfer portal thing and college football, Joe Burrow was at Ohio State, and Urban Meyer made the decision at that time to go in a different direction. He went with Dwayne Haskins over Joe Burrow, and Joe had to transfer, and he had to go down south, and he had to go to the Bayou, and he got beat up his first year there. And then the second year had arguably the greatest year in the history of college football. Cam Ward
60
played
touchdown passes, bro.
Unbelievable. Cam Ward played in a wing T offense, small town Texas, went to Incarnate Word, went to in San Antonio, went to Pullman, Washington, in Wazoo, went to Coral Gables in Miami. The amount of life experience, I think that's what Brian speaks to. Comfortable in your own skin as a rookie like Joe was, like Cam is, that is something that these NFL evaluators are certainly looking at.
One thing I've wondered, do you remember watching Cam Ward for the couple seasons he was in Pullman and thinking, this is a potential #1 overall pick?
No. Nope, did not have that vibe. I had the vibe as, man, this guy can really sling a football. And it's funny, Brady, we talk about C and U. He fights that U. He will get underneath the ball, and it will sail, and it will be inaccurate. And, he played in a heavy, heavy RPO system at both those places where the ball was out in a hurry. So that technique of just, flinging the ball on a slant and a flat and a swing and getting it out versus what we know the NFL game requires from precision, I will be really curious. I can't say when I called that Apple Cup where he played great and the Cougs nearly knocked off Michael Penix. I was like, this dude's an NFL dude, but the #1 pick, I can't say that I ever had that kind of vibe.
Okay, I wanted to ask you yesterday about the C and the U, and then we ran out of time. And as you were giving me that explanation, I'm picturing quarterbacks with the C, and I'm picturing Tom Brady. Yep. And then when you talk about the U, was Phillip Rivers a U guy? I just can picture Phillip Rivers with that funky delivery, sort of shot putting it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. He had a really unorthodox delivery, but it was from here. I mean, it was low, really low. But no, he did a really good job. Even a low delivery of still creating. Again, can't believe we're talking about C and U as much as we are, but that's what happens, Brady. That's what beauty of radio is.
Well, you're a former quarterback, a mechanics guy. I'm a details guy. I love hearing about this type of stuff.
True. Okay, you ready to answer some questions? We got some good ones. Yeah, these are fun. If you got another one, I got 4, 5, 6 good ones here. You got one other thought you want to weigh in, answer the question, jerk, fire something Brady's way, 866-979-3776. But let's shift gears here down the final stretch, and let's answer a couple questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk.
All right, wheelhouse, Brady. Okay. Wheelhouse for you, golf. The 360 wants to know, Brady Henderson, answer the question, jerk. What is the best public golf course in Washington State other than Chambers Bay?
Oh, okay, you got me there. Home course. I love the home course. I mean, there's a lot of fantastic courses out here. The home course is incredible. It's so playable any time of the year. It's sort of kind of has some of the same grass, I think, than as Chambers Bay has, which means when it's
what do you mean
raining out, yeah, you're just not going to.
What do you mean you think?
It is.
You know?
It is, right?
You've played the thing 100 times, Brady. How can you not?
Well,
know?
I'm not like a agriculture.
You don't know the lay of the
expert
grass?
here. Is
you don't
it
know how the
fescue?
Bermuda goes? You don't know what the
yeah.
fescue's doing?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I don't know about that stuff. But it's very playable because when it's pouring rain out, the ball does not plug. It's not like some courses where you just don't even think about playing there in January, February because it's so muddy. It plays great every time of the year. Go see Shane Prant, the head pro there. Great guy. Great grill there. It's just an awesome, awesome course. So I love Chambers Bay and I love home course. Those are my top two.
If you and your boys, I saw you and your boys a couple years ago, a couple decades ago over at Suncadia.
That's right.
You spent a day playing prospector, rope rider, all that on your little boys trip. If your boys trip does not make its way to Brewster, Washington to play Gamble Sands in your lifetime, you and your boys are missing out. That's all I'm going to say. That is and now, as I said, it's got 2 courses. I was actually over there, and the Barstool Open was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took the whole course and all their crew and their shenanigans took over the place. But yeah, you've got to find a way to get up to Gamble. Okay,
let me tell a quick story. So that golf trip we did, I think it was 2015. Went over to Suncadia.
What's his name? Poop Pants. What's your buddy's name?
Poop Dog was not. No, he was
Poop
not
Dog.
there. Different group of friends, but so I let Brock know that hey, we're coming up on the whatever hole it was where his place was on, and Brock comes out in his bicycle with a cooler and starts handing us beverages and waters and whatnot. I mean, just what a guy. Talk about hospitality. On his bike comes out.
A long time ago. Not that guy anymore. Okay, here we go. Answer the question. Sure.
Get off my lawn. Get off my golf course.
Another one from the 360. Brady, what type of boat do you have?
I have a 49-foot. It's a Grand Banks Alaskan. So it's like it is a yacht. But the thing I say is that whenever I use the word yacht, I feel weird because yacht makes it sound way fancier than it is. It's just an old wooden boat that needs some work, and this is the time of the year where I am able to put in some of that work. So I'm redoing, the deck rails, basically the teak. So you got to strip it, you got to sand it down, and then you got to put a bunch of epoxy on it, and then you got to put the varnish on it. So it's a very labor-intensive process, but a lot of fun. You get out there. Get a couple drinks, get some music going, and you just get to work.
I was thinking about you, actually, as Goldie was talking about mowing the lawn. And I like to pull weeds and keep my stuff and landscape up to. And I was like, I wonder what has more maintenance. Goldie's and Brock's suburban home with lawn care and weeds, or Brady's boat with teak and epoxy and sanding and all that stuff. How many hours a year? How many hours a year do you think you have to do maintenance work on your boat?
Well, so for that project alone, and you don't necessarily have to do it every year because usually the varnish will last for a couple years, but then the sun beats down on it and the rain.
And the salt.
So that's, I would say, when I do that every 2-3 years, like with all of the deck work, that's probably a total of like well over 100 hours. And that's really the only project that I do other than just the regular cleaning and stuff. My brother handles all the mechanical maintenance and all that because I wouldn't know what the heck I'm doing there. But just that project alone, that's a lot of work.
This is a good one from the 630. Best thing to do in Seattle if you only have 12 hours. Exclude the Space Needle in the fish market. Those have been there and done that. If you got 12 hours in Seattle, land on your flight at 6 in the morning and your next one takes off at 6 p.m., what are you doing, especially in August?
Play a couple rounds of golf, I guess. Gosh, what are you gonna do? I mean, go check out. God, what should you do?
Mora,
you know what
Lyle,
you should
you
do?
can
You should
weigh
go to Ivers on the water, and you should get yourself a nice piece of fish.
Yep.
And go play some golf after that.
That's good.
I don't know.
Mora, Lyle, you weigh in at all? Not you, Lyle. You just do baseball. Mora, you got anything to weigh in on that? 12 hours.
I mean, the waterfront's pretty cool now that they've finished all the construction there. You could check out the Ferris wheel or the market. Gasworks Park is fun.
That's what I was going to say, is either Gasworks or Cary Park.
There you go. Take a ferry ride, too. Take a ferry ride over to Bainbridge.
I do like to do that with visitors. Yeah, there's some really cool islands around here.
Yeah.
Answer the question, a little football question, Brady, from the 206. Do you see an opportunity to have Jalen Milroe and Sam Darnold on the field at the same time?
Ooh, I don't think so. No. I mean, unless you want to get really crazy and just make the defensive coordinator's head spin. I don't know. That has never occurred to me. You're the better guy to answer that question.
I think you could, actually. I think you've seen teams do that, right? Back in the day, Seneca, Matt Hasselbeck would be on the field together, and I think in that scenario, you could motion, you could shift. Maybe Jalen comes in as a wildcat, vice versa. I think that I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility. It's not right now. To your point yesterday in Blue 88, or one of your takeaways over these 2 weeks of camp is, hey, man, slow the roll a little bit on Jalen. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of details. We have not seen any packages put in for him. But dude is going to play a lot on Thursday. I mean, wouldn't you assume he's going to play?
Yes, a lot.
Sam's not going to play. Does Drew play the first quarter? And then maybe Milroe plays 3 quarters?
Yep, I would think so.
That's
because Locke isn't battling for a job or even a place in the pecking order. He's going to be the number 2. So I think you're going to see a whole lot of Jalen Milroe.
Oh, okay. 206. Brock, do you ever fish on your own or only on Captain Tom's boat? Yeah, I don't fish necessarily on my own. I'll fish with Damon. I'll fish up in Alaska on a different little visit that I was up there a couple weeks ago for sockeye. So I'll fish with others, but I do feel like I'm cheating on Tom. Tom and I, every time, we fish together, it's been amazing. So I try not to cheat on him too much. And I certainly don't have all my own gear and equipment, and nothing like that absolute stud has. Okay, I think we know the answer to this, 425. Jerks, if you had to pick a walk-up song for the other Brock and Salk members, Brady included, that describes who they are, what would they be and why? What would be Lyle's walk-up song? What would be Mora's walk-up song? Something by Cher. And what would be Brady's walk-up song? Lyle?
I mean, am I picking my own? It sounds
like... Lyle. You're picking your own,
other
Lyle.
People are supposed to pick for each other.
No, Lyle, you're picking your own, Lyle.
Does anybody else have any idea what their own would be? I'm trying to think on it.
I think mine would be, what did Haley and Dylan come out to? The Chris Stapleton song? Gosh, it's a good one. I think that would be my new vibe. I should remember that. I don't. Brady, you're just doing the Hitman, right? You're just Bret Hart.
I played the Shawn Michaels theme song, Sexy Boy, for my girlfriend the other day. She didn't like it.
Come again?
Yeah. Well, the Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid. Remember, he had his own theme song.
You played it for your girlfriend?
I think of this in terms of like,
why did we not get to this earlier? You're gonna White Horse, by the way, for me, Chris Stapleton, White Horse. That's what I come out to. Sexy Man? You're coming out
Sexy
to
Boy.
Man?
You remember
Sexy Boy.
Shawn Michaels' theme song?
Sure, Sexy Boy. That's you.
Yeah.
Brady's coming out to Sexy Boy. I'm coming out to.
It's a good thing you didn't bring this up till now, Brady.
Yep.
Brock's mind is.
Yeah, I don't know why I did.
Mine would be "Can I Kick It?" Tribe Called Quest.
Oh, Can I Kick It? And Lyle, yours would be?
Something about knowing absolutely nothing if there's a song that pertains.
You can't think of a song. What's your favorite? What would hype you up?
Well, it's not about your favorite song. The question's like, what describes you on the show? That's what the question was.
Okay.
I mean, my favorite song, it would be like some hip hop song, but
there you go. Hip hop hooray.
That's a little,
hey.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's Junior's thing. I can't take Junior's walk-up song.
My back to the subject of wrestling really quick. My girlfriend, bless her heart, I was explaining to her the cultural significance of Hulk Hogan the other day.
Yes.
And she revealed to me that she thought Hulk Hogan and Dog the Bounty Hunter were the same person. So I told her, I said, babe, this is so funny that next time I'm on the radio, I may have to tell this. And so, sorry.
And you do so in the final 10 seconds before we got to run and hand it to Bumpin' Stacy. That's really
right.
well done as an experienced boyfriend right there. Sexy Boy has killed it the last 2 days. Non-Sexy Boy is going to be back in the house tomorrow. Salky will be in the pilot seat. I'll be in the co-pilot seat. The Macho Quattro will be back in action. We'll have Mariners to talk. We'll have camp to react to. We'll have a preseason game a day away. You just can't miss a second of Seattle sports these days. We'll turn it over to Bumpin' Stacy. But for this day, Sexy Boy, the hay,
it's in the barn.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. That he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big. But I'm talking about bombs. Throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.